Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call the City Council meeting for tonight into session. We have a full house. We have a few seats left up front, but it's filling up. So I want to invite anyone else to come on down front. I want to go ahead and show that the entire council is present this evening. Ask the audience to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next item is the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we approve the consent calendar as proposed. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nope. Moving on to recognitions and presentations. And we do have a presentation this evening. And before I hand it out, I'd like a little background and introduction. Council Member Catalano suggested that we recognize an effort that went on just recently in our community, and a very positive effort that we wanted to recognize. So, Tuya?
Great, thank you. So I wanted to just give a quick intro. So in our city, in Clayton, we have two swim teams in our town. We have the Dana Hill swim team and the Oakhurst Country Club swim team. And typically those teams will kind of go on about their season starting in April and ending about early August. And a couple weeks ago on July 28, we had an event that took place at the Dana Hill swim team. And it was initially going to be just a swim meet, but it happened to be between these two teams. And it turned into something extremely positive and something that's definitely worth recognition and sort of reminding us of all the good and positive that Clayton really is all about, and really, what this community is about and what it's capable of. So I want to mention a couple things. First, I'm going to mention the fact that the meet itself actually got renamed. It was called the Clayton City Cup, and instead of Dana Hills competing against Oakhurst, it was just a cup meet. And the swimmers themselves, typically we compete as two teams against each other, but the swimmers all got mixed up into different teams. It was Eds versus Skips in honor of our greater Clayton community. And at least for me, oftentimes when I talk about Clayton, I don't always refer to it as a city, I refer to it as community. And I think we have this larger community, but within our community, we have also smaller communities. I know that each of the swim teams feels that their swim teams are a smaller mini community, and it was really great to see that these two smaller swim team communities came together and recognized the larger Clayton community and the history with the Skips versus Eds meet. But then the second thing, and the thing that I think we're recognizing today, is really the effort for teaming up for Tucker, which was a fundraiser. There's a family in our community whose 10-month-old son had an incident this summer, and the two teams decided to get together and do a fundraiser for that family. And that became really the focus of that swim meet. And it really got put together in less than 2 weeks of time, which was really an awesome effort by those people who organized it. So really, it was the reason why we're recognizing it today, because really it was a testament to the power of the team and community, something that, things that we can accomplish when all of us do a small share of something, when we show a little bit of compassion, and when we, get together and do something for the benefit of others. And beyond sort of the fundraising component, even before the swim meet began, there was a big cheer and a big wave around the pool that the entire team did for Tucker. It was led by Coach McCooney, who happens to be also one of our middle school teachers. And there, between the two teams, there are about 400 swimmers. When you add in all the parents, siblings, and grandparents, we probably had close to 1,000 people around that pool. So it was quite a sort of a heartfelt effort. As for the fundraiser, I believe that the teams fundraised about $16,000, which was quite a lot for such a short amount of time that it took to put that together. So overall, it was sort of an exemplary effort of community spirit, kindness, and collaboration, and something definitely worth recognizing. There is some talk, and perhaps that the teams will do this again next year for a second annual Clayton City Cup. So with that, I want to thank my colleagues for this recognition, and I want to hand it over back to the mayor for the official recognition, and we'll call the teams up here.
Yes, following up, obviously you heard this is a very worthwhile effort that we're recognizing here, that bringing two large swim teams together, and I like the concept that they mixed them up so that they weren't strictly with their own swim team. It really was an overall community effort, and they all were competing for the greater good in this case. So I do want to recognize both the Dana Hills swim team as well as the Oakhurst Country Club swim team, and have a representative from each of the swim teams come forward. Now I understand the Dana Hill swim team already had their big annual event at the end of the season and already were awarded this, but this is now the award for the Oakhurst Country Club. But I'd like both of you to share this because it was a shared event, and want to recognize you again for an excellent community activity for a worthwhile effort. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good job. All right. Next item is public comment, and this is for members of the audience to address the council.
Mr. Mayor.
You
Excuse
forgot
me.
reports.
I jumped right over that. I was anxious to get into letting people talk. Okay. We do have a section where we receive reports from community groups out there that have been appointed with various responsibilities here in Clayton. And the first up is the Clayton Planning Commission, and we have the Vice Chair, Peter Cloven. Peter?
Good evening. So last Tuesday, we had a planning commission meeting here in this room. Well, first we then, at an order of business, we elected a new chair for the coming year, and Basan Atwal is going to be our chair for this coming year, and I am serving as the new vice chair for 2018-2019. We had an open public comment that evening. There were 23 attendees at the meeting, which is typically larger than a planning commission meeting. And several of the comments in the public comment era were going to be similar comments that you hear tonight related to the parolee housing. We listened to what they had to say and had some feedback for what the planning commission's role was in the initial planning commission meeting about a month and a half ago. What was on the agenda for the evening was a site plan review and reasonable accommodation request for a parcel at 229 El Pueblo. They wanted to put a 770 square foot deck off the back of their house and an access ramp along the north side of their property to assist a motorized wheelchair and occupant of the property from getting from the sidewalk to the second floor. Because the way the property's topography sits, the deck extended out quite far, and because of the ramp that was going to be put in, it also extended into the 10-foot setback that was allotted. The city planning department had reviewed their request and felt with their reasonable accommodation request for the occupant and the wheelchair that it was appropriate, and they recommended our passing it. After discussing it with both the residents and also with the northern property owner who was in the process of selling their property, we happen to have an ADA specialist and expert witness who is on our planning commission, and Mr. Otwell, and with some modification, bringing back the ramp to 3 feet and moving the setback back. We were only encroaching 11 inches into the setback. That was agreeable to both the northern property owner and the property owner who was putting in the deck. With the conditions of approval stipulated, it was passed 5-0. Everybody seemed happy. And that was the end of our report.
All right. Any questions? Thank you. Good job. Appreciate it. Might ask you to turn your phones off to stun, please. We might get a lot of them responding to our comments tonight. Next up would be the Trails and Landscape Committee, but they did not have a meeting this month. And next up then, City Manager, report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I know many people are experiencing this, but just to give an update, we just concluded the Keller Ridge repaving project, or the Keller Ridge Drive repaving project. That was the first time, just for your information, that we ever used the introduction of rubberized materials within the chip seal at portions, as well as some overlay. And that's to elongate or prolong the life of the street materials as well. And in addition to that, that was around just construction only, a $788,000 project. We did receive, we applied for and received grant monies for those rubberized materials. So now moving from there, a different contractor will be starting our biennial, more than likely, biennial street repaving project, and that's in various areas of town. So some people might wake up and all of a sudden feel impacted that they cannot get out. These are more of our residential streets. For individuals interested in knowing if your street is a candidate for repaving in the neighborhoods, we do have it listed online on the city website. You can go to under Residents, News, and Events and Information. However, our city engineer has also pushed out through Nextdoor, interestingly enough, to inform people of the schedules that could change, because construction schedules can change given the timing of the contractor. In all cases, however, if there's a street that's scheduled to be repaved and it's a one-way in or one-way out, the contractor will allow people to always have a way in and way out. You may have to switch over, just follow the flag personnel that are out there. And I think that project, Mr. Allman, when will that project be completed? That's fast, in about 2 weeks. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up then is the report from council members, and they report on activities that they've conducted on behalf of the council since our last council meeting. So, Councilmember Catalano.
So a couple things. So for me, on Thursday, July 26th, I attended the League of California Cities East Bay Division meeting in Walnut Creek. Then on Tuesday, August 14th, I was at the CPCA Oktoberfest committee meeting. I want to make quick mention about that. I know a lot of us like the events that CPCA puts on, Oktoberfest and Art and Wine and whatnot, but they do not happen without without volunteers. You know, there are a lot of people in the committee, some of whom have been doing it for decades. But in addition to those positions, we do need a lot of volunteers who work at the ticket booths and wine booths and whatnot. So I am helping this year coordinate the volunteers again for those booths, like I've done for many years in Art and Wine. So the website sign-ups are up. So if anybody wants to sign up for a task, they can go to claytoncpca.org website and sign up. And we do need about a couple hundred people for those booths. Then on Wednesday, August 15th, I attended the Clayton Community Library Foundation board meeting. The one note that I want to bring out from that, they do have their semi-annual book sale on October 26th through 28th. And if anybody's interested in making donations, those can be made at any time when the library is open. And then last but not least, on Friday, August 17th, the mayor and I attended the audit committee meeting, which is just a meeting with the audit committee members and the city's independent auditors regarding the fiscal year 2017-2018 financial statements. And that's it.
Vice Mayor Shuey.
Nothing to report at this point.
All right. Councilmember Pierce.
Okay. Fortunately, many of my outside committees take the month of August off, so that's really refreshing. But in the end of July, we did have 3 Association of Bay Area Government meetings, looking out for local government, small towns in particular. Right now, there's a lot going on in Sacramento trying to push regulations down to the local level and trying to override local control. And so associations of government like ABAG are working hard to stop that. and unanimously opposing such efforts. So that was one of the big items on this last group of agendas. Likewise, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission is trying very hard to make sure that our transportation funds are secure. One of the things that we have here in Clayton that is enabling some of our street maintenance is the money that was just passed, the tax increase. That is almost doubling the amount of money that we get from our local sales tax and allowing us to do almost twice as much here in Clayton to maintain our roads and to do regional and local projects. So that's really important that we secure that and make sure that we look after that. Also had meetings of the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, talking about many of the same things as we do at MTC. We also have a project coming up that I've been working on for over 20 years, and that is the 684 Interchange Improvement Project. It is now fully funded, largely because of that tax increase, and we will be doing a groundbreaking this fall. It will add a third lane to Highway 4 through the 684 interchange. So it will make that weave so much safer. And we've been trying to find the money for this for over 20 years, and we finally have it. And that's where it came from. So just want to let you know that. I also attended the East Bay League meeting in Walnut Creek.
Julie, you mentioned a couple of groups that you represent Clayton on, and you used to by the acronym. There's a lot of people here this evening might not be familiar with that. So would you mind explaining ABAG? And what
Association of Bay Area Governments is a council of governments. I did explain that. The Metropolitan Transportation Commission, MTC, is the regional body that funds many of our large regional projects, things like the Bay Bridge and a big chunk of money for 684. Projects like that, they put in the balance of the money for the Caldecott Tunnel, the fourth bore. So very important projects, and we've been fighting long and hard. And as the representative from the Association of Bay Area Governments, ABAG, to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, that gives Contra Costa an extra vote on MTC, which helps us leverage some of those dollars. So while I am representing all of ABAG and the entire 101 cities and 9 counties of that group, it doesn't hurt to be able to help out on the home front too.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Diaz.
Thank you. Been a little busy over the past couple of weeks. We've had several concerts, and I see our concert promoters here tonight with Southern Comfort, Diamond Dave, and most recently Apple Z. So it's been a busy concert season. There's only 2 left. Also had a couple of car shows between our last council meeting and tonight. I too attended the East Bay Division League of California Cities meeting. That was a very important informational meeting because we got a rundown on all the pending legislation and propositions that are going to be hitting us over the balance of this year. Very fascinating, and a lot of things are coming down the pipeline from Sacramento. Played in the 20th annual Mudville Golf Classic. Let me make a comment about, first, having participated in the 30 years of the Clayton Classic, no one had ever gotten a hole-in-one and won the car. But on the 20th anniversary of the Mudville, some guy hit on number 11. Those of you that play it, it's a long par 3. He sunk it and won the car. Wow. First time in 20 years. Wow. So anyway, so he's driving around in a brand new Ford Fusion, I guess, that he got from Exeter down there at Monarch Ford. On the 29th, I attended the 40th annual Sheriff's Posse annual barbecue, and that was amazing. That is a group of people that volunteer to help with the Sheriff's Department and his running of the operation of the department, and he had a great turnout and a wonderful barbecue. Again, the last thing that we attended was the last car show. We have one tomorrow night, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. As far as activities I was involved in, on July 19th, I attended the County Connection Board of Directors meeting discussing new proposed routes, new and revised routes. So I made sure we protected all of the bus routes into Clayton and outside of Clayton in our vicinity here, Clayton Valley. Then on July 21st, attended the Welcome Home celebration for Michael Hudson, who was retiring from the U.S. Army after a long career, and it took us quite a while just to read all of his assignments. He grew up in Clayton Valley and was quite surprised when his parents brought him to Ed's Mudville for what he thought was just going to be a lunch. And it ended up being a welcome home celebration, and had about 50 people there to welcome him home and to thank him for his service. I also presented him with a proclamation recognizing that service and proclaiming that day as the Michael Hudson Day in Clayton. Also attended the concert in the Grove later on that evening. Then on the 26th of July, attended the monthly CBCA meeting, and as Councilmember Catalano indicated, CBCA is a group that puts on so many events here in Clayton, and they have monthly business meetings going over activities that the club is involved in. And I encourage anyone interested in finding out more about that club to come to the meetings. They're the last Thursday of every month up at Oakhurst. Next up was August 1st, attended the Mayor's Conference down in Danville. Had a very interesting presentation about the county's efforts to try to address the opioid crisis in Contra Costa County. And yes, it's even hit close to home. And they're coordinating reports between doctors and pharmacies so that people don't get more opioids than have been prescribed, to try to limit their ability to have access to those drugs. Then on the August 4th, attended another concert in the Grove. On the 14th, provided input into the Oktoberfest committee meeting, anticipating another successful Oktoberfest on the 6th and 7th, first weekend in October. And then on the 17th, also attended the audit subcommittee. So you can see that the council does stay busy between our meetings. So actually, when we have elections coming up here in Clayton, as we do in this coming November, we invite the city council candidates to come to our council meetings and to introduce themselves. And they've got 3 minutes to explain who they are, their background, and why they're running for council. So this evening, I'd like to call up Brian Bedell. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Brian Bedell, and I am proud and honored to publicly announce for the first time that
Brian,
I'm running.
Excuse me, you're addressing the council, and that's what's catching you on the video
Okay.
for the feed?
Sorry, I got to turn my back to it. That'll be the last time that happens. Mr. Mayor, I'll start over. I'm proud to publicly, at least in person, announce for the first time my candidacy as a city council candidate, and honored to do the same. When I got the letter a few days ago from Mr. Napper confirming that I had filled out all the paperwork correctly and actually got the thing in place, I was also informed that I'd have this 3 minutes. And my first thought was, okay, maybe I should put together a 3-minute speech. But then I thought, you know, that's not what my candidacy is about. That's not what I'm about. The reason I'm running is because of what I perceived as a need that I developed from speaking to this council and trying to convey and talking to people around me and finding out that there's a problem. That problem is a problem with communication. I've found that too often I felt like my voice wasn't being heard by the city council. I felt like my voice wasn't being listened to by the city council, and that my voice and the voice of the community was not being acted upon by the city council. So rather than pushing it off to the other guy, because it's certainly not not doing this to pad my ego or because I don't have a lot of other things to do. I absolutely have a pretty full plate. I decided to get involved. In doing so, I'm running for the people like me who feel that they don't have a voice here, who want their voice to be heard by the city council and want to protect the interests of Clayton at all costs.
Excuse me, we want to give Brian his full time here.
As a city council member, I will always listen to the people behind me, and the people out there, and the people down the hill, and the people up the hill, and the people down Clayton Road, at least till the city limits. Part of the problem has been that the information being conveyed by the city through the council, through city staff, has been limited. We need better. We don't want to be barraged with a 250-page disclosure before a city council meeting, sometimes the day or a couple days before. What the city council needs to do, and something I will spearhead when on the council, is to reach out to the people, not force them to reach out to me to talk. I want to hold open meetings. I want to hold town hall meetings. I'll hold hikes to talk to people. If somebody has a concern, I want to know about it. Granted, as a city council member, I will be only one member. It'll be one voice, but rest assured, it will be a loud voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Our next candidate will be Jeff Wang. Jeff?
Surprisingly, I actually didn't know that I had time to speak. So this is kind of
All the candidates do.
Okay. Was there a notice going out? All right. Well, thank you. So my name is Jeff Wan. I've been a Clayton resident for a little over 9 years. I'm an active CPA. I work in private industry here locally in Walnut Creek. The reason I'm running is because I see that there's a need on the council for a new voice. I think most of the folks that I've talked to, most people are comfortable when things are going well. They're comfortable letting things go well. And I think that that's happened for quite a number of years. In recent times, I don't think that's true anymore. And the reason why I'm running is to represent the people that don't always have a voice here, people in my demographic, my age group, that have young families, have not a lot of time to pursue and keep up with all the different detailed activity of the council. But when we learn about things like what's been going on with downtown development, high density housing, the parolee issue that was discussed at the last meeting, I think it does bring people to, as a call to action. And so when I was speaking with all the people in my circle of acquaintance, they persuaded me to run. I don't think that this is something that I would do normally. It's a little outside my comfort zone. But I feel like now's the time that we can really make a difference on the council. So yeah. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next candidate then will be Carl Wolf, also known as CW.
That's me. Hello. It's great to be out here in front of everybody tonight. My name is Carl Wolf, and I'm running for the city council because, well, first of all, I love Clayton. I've been here for nearly 30 years. I am a current planning commissioner, just finished the chairpersonship of the planning commission, and a couple of years ago when I put my name in the hat for the planning commission, I thought it would be something I could do for a few years to learn the ropes and to become a better person within Clayton in order to give back. Excuse me, I'm just getting over a cold. And when I finally made it onto the planning commission, I didn't realize how hard it was going to be. The people of Clayton are very passionate about their city, as am I. I believe in listening to the people of Clayton. I believe that the people of Clayton have to have a right to understand the right information and not misinformation, and to base their decisions on the correct information and facts. And I'm proud of the record that I have in voting on the Planning Commission, because the Planning Commission is an advisory council to you. I think we voted a great deal with the people, even the people that are here tonight, on various issues and very complicated issues. And I'm proud of that record, and I stand behind my public record on voting with the Planning Commission. I'm a proud CBCA member. I volunteer for the Art and Wine Festival, for the Oktoberfest. I'm the announcer for the rib cook-off, for the barbecue cook-off, and I'm also the parade announcer for the city's 4th of July parade, so kind of the voice of Clayton. And I intend to be a voice of Clayton for a reason. I'm not an angry candidate. I'm retiring now from my very successful career as a marketing and creative director for a major corporation. I'm retiring early because in my 2 years as a planning commissioner, I realized that being an advisor to the city council is not enough for me. I believe that I need to be able to make those hard choices and those hard decisions, and I want to listen to the people of Clayton in order to make those decisions. Like I said, I'm proud to be in Clayton. I love Clayton for what it is. I love Clayton for what it stands for, and I love Clayton for what it can become. And there's a vision that needs to be brought together with this community, and we're very divided right now, but I think we can bring ourselves together as one community and come together with a new vision, because even though we love Clayton the way it is, and I'm fiercely going to fight for our way of life that we all love here, I believe that, I believe that the future is going to come, and we have to be prepared for it. It's going to take vision, it's going to take listening, and I promise to use my 2 ears and my one voice for the city of Clayton. So thank you.
And the last candidate, we just have the 4 candidates running for the 2 positions that are available this coming election, is Vice Mayor Shuey.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know, I go by Shu. I grew up in this area, and I came back here to raise my family. I got involved in Clayton politics because when I moved back to Clayton, I was up in the Keller Ridge area, North Creek, and it was a passive park, and we had a bunch of new families in there with children, and we wanted a playground. And I got involved with the Community Services Commission, joined that to help shepherd through getting a community park installed there, and after that ran for city council. It's been my honor and privilege to serve for 16 years, and I served for, I believe, about 4 on the Community Services Commission before that. I was the chair of the Downtown Grove Park Design Committee, and I'm happy that everything that we were hoping for with the design has borne out, and we have wonderful place to meet and have concerts down there. I have helped the city keep a balanced budget through all the economic downturn, the 2008 crisis. We kept our city services in a balanced budget when probably 95% or more of the cities in California couldn't do that. Obviously, staff played a big role in that, but the council, as well as myself, also helped in that. And I'm proud of the fact that we've maintained city services throughout the economic times. I am a CBCA member and have been for quite a while. I've been the Labor Day MC with Pastor Robinson for all the years it's been going on, except for last year when I had a wedding to go to, but we'll be doing it again this year. I'm an active coach and board member for Little League and soccer, and in the past I was a member of and helped with basketball. It would be my honor and privilege to serve again if reelected, and I would ask for your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think Clayton certainly is shows a healthy environment here, that we have 4 candidates running and anxious to serve on your city council. So I encourage you to reach out to them, get to know what they stand for, so that you can make an intelligent choice. So thank you very much for all the candidates speaking this evening. And moving on then to the next item, and that's public comment. And this is public comment on non-agenda items. For the agenda items that are having public hearings, you'll have an opportunity at that time to address the council. But this is for any items that are not on this evening's agenda that you'd like to address the council on. And I do have 4 speaker cards for people that do want to address the non-agenda items. First would be Susan Brico. Brico?
Close enough, you're government work. Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Susan Preco, and I'm here on behalf of the Contra Costa Taxpayers Association, whom you may know as Coco Tax. For over a year and a half, members of Coco Tax have been researching the CalPERS pension crisis as it affects the cities of Contra Costa County. In the past 5 years, city-required contributions to CalPERS have risen 40%, and it's about to get worse. In the next 6-year period from fiscal year 2019 to 2025, city payments to CalPERS for pension contributions will increase by an estimated average of 84% for 15 Contra Costa cities. This financial crisis will suck the life out of public services in this county. Not only are we concerned for the rising cost of the unfunded pension liability for this year, but we're also concerned about the potential of financial crisis for residents within the next few years. The current system is unsustainable and unaffordable. Many government agencies are proudly announcing their balanced budget and rosy financial pictures, ignoring the outstanding pension obligation. Recent requirements instituted by the Government Accounting Standard Board, GASB, will now disclose a more complete and truthful picture. We want you to be aware of where you stand. I have just handed you copies of our calculations that shows your current obligation and the projection for the critical 5 years ahead. The current unfunded pension debt for Clayton is $4.7 million, and your city's CalPERS contributions will increase by 23%. I'm confident that your city manager will confirm our findings. We're also aware that these figures are modest compared to others, but it's no small amount, especially in a small city like Clayton. And we do want to acknowledge your city's track record of excellent fiscal responsibility over the years, but we'd like to see you formulate a plan to address this debt. We expect that the already overtaxed Bay Area voters cannot and will not be inclined to approve a tax measure for services already rendered. However, we're also concerned for the retirees who earned and rely on their reasonable pensions and cannot afford a loss of their financial security in their retirement years. If you wish, we can present a more detailed analysis at a later time. You didn't create this situation, we know that, but it is your responsibility to address it. The quality of life in your community is at risk. I have some spares of what I've handed you that I'll put in the back, or it can be found at our website, claytonca.gov. Cocotax, sorry, my voice is beginning to fail me, COCOTAX.com. And I want to thank you for your attention to this critically important matter.
Thank you very much. Next up would be Ann Stanaway.
My name is Ann Stanaway. I live at 1553 Haviland Place in Clayton. Good evening, council members. Heretofore, I have taken a measured tone while imploring the City Council take its constitutional duty to protect the public safety and do their duty seriously. Since Mr. Diaz's impassioned homily at the last council meeting, trumpeting his personal commitment to neighborhood safety and quality of life in Clayton, I feel the need to raise my voice in a follow-up representing the voters in those neighborhoods you profess to protect, Councilman Diaz. How dare you rebuke us for questioning your fitness to protect Incorporated Clayton? Every single member of this council continually violates his and her oath of office by allowing violations of existing public safety ordinances to proliferate. Despite exhaustive photographic evidence of California Fire Code violations, City Hall allows conflict of interest and political patronage to endanger the very lives of an unsuspecting public and brave first responders in our local fire companies. City Hall's complete lack of interest in the public safety and the faithless regard of City Council for its sworn responsibilities is a sad commentary on a government whose constitutional commitment to protect its citizenry is nothing more than empty rhetoric. Thank you.
Next up would be Brian Bedell. Brian again.
I think I'm going to leave at lunch up here doing as much as I'm going to speak tonight. Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. I want to keep this brief because I do want to speak on the parolee housing issue and don't want to make this too long. I'm speaking just in sort of a general terms with respect to proposed developments and future developments within Clayton. I think we need to keep the focus that in looking at proposed developments within the city, we keep Clayton, Clayton. A lot of people have pointed out that I'm a newcomer. I've only been here for 3 years, but I didn't move here to change things. I moved here because I like it the way it is. And one of the things that isn't here that I like about that is big behemoth buildings, multi-story, be they residential or commercial. If I wanted that, I would have moved to Walnut Creek or Concord or somewhere else. But lately, we've had some proposals come through that have slipped through the pipe, and I understand they're at various stages right now, but they seem to be in the works that simply are not consistent with what Clayton is about or what we want to see. I've received conflicting reports as to a development that's over on High Street and Marsh Creek as to where that is in planning, but I submit to you that a big multi-story building does not fit downtown Clayton. I don't think it fits within the general plan, at least as described, especially when you're talking about removing tons of trees and things like that. It kind of fits what I was saying earlier, that I think the council has taken its eye off the ball when it comes to listening to the concerns of Clayton, because I know a lot of other people share my opinion, and those opinions haven't been heard. So please, in looking at this, listen to the people, consider those things, and for God's sakes, don't let this place turn into Walnut Creek or downtown Concord.
We appreciate the enthusiasm, but this is a council meeting and we do have decorum, so we want to get through. We have quite a busy agenda for this evening. Next up would be Chuck Blazer.
Yeah, I'm making an approach here just so everybody can see me. No, I actually filled that out from your internet site, and then I found out that you're doing the parolee housing and redid all this. So you can either change my card or I can go on the parolee housing right now.
Is that parolee housing that you want to address?
Yes.
Yeah, that's later on in the public hearing.
Okay, if you could just change my card for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next up would be Andy Lee.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Councils, and everyone. My name is Andy Lee, and I'm actually living in Saramon. And I came here actually just want to meet the voters and the City Councils, mayors. And I see this big crowd, and I see some candidates were introduced. So I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Andy Lee. I'm running for Contra Costa Community College Board, Ward 4, which covered Saramon, Danville, Clayton, and part of Antioch and Brentwood. And my goal is to help the community reduce the stress. And the community now is especially for the students. They stress out. So I hope I can create altitude pathway through the community college, help them success with reduced mental stress and the financial burden. Also, I'll help to promote online courses because I think online courses can save the money and the student can take it anywhere, anytime. And my third goal is to work with a business owner to create more professional and vocational training. You know, we have a lot of companies here in the whole Bay Area, but they are going to the other side of the world to find qualified workers. Hopefully, we can work with them, have more people trained, keep the job local. So again, my name is Andy Lee. I'm the Contra Costa Community College Board Candidate, Ward 4. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I have one card from Jay Gamble, but he didn't indicate if he wants to address the council for a non-agenda or a later agenda item. Certainly.
Not on the same.
Not on the same.
This is non-agenda.
This is the non-agenda item section.
My name's Jim Gamble, and I'm on Prospector Place. I just want to echo something that was said earlier by Brian, is about the 3-story. Started out as a 1-story. It looks like some new plans were uploaded onto the city website, and Ms. Gentry said that she was reviewing those. That development or that project keeps growing. Originally, I guess it was 44 condos, luxury condos. Now it's up to 80 something, and it's 3 stories high. So before that's considered, I just want people to be aware, and I'm stating this as a public comment so that it goes into the record. And I don't think you want to see 3-story buildings a block or downtown like the Fulcrum proposal, or just around the corner. And eventually, you know, maybe not see a stoplight in front of heads from developments going down the streets. So we love Clayton. We want it to stay Clayton, but if, you know, our award-winning trail system doesn't go away overnight, it goes away incrementally as developments start popping up. So let's try to keep that from growing.
Okay. Okay, that concludes then the public comment on non-agenda items. So we're moving on to public hearings. And the first one, item 7A, is to consider the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 483, amending Title 17 zoning of the Clayton Municipal Code to restrict and regulate parolee housing in the following general plan designations: multifamily low density, multifamily medium density, and multifamily high density, subject to a conditional use permit. Presentation by staff.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask if a problem has occurred that I've been informed of our audio-visual system. What we have right now is only that camera that is on, so people who've spoke at the podium have been seen. Our audio-visual person would like to see if he can correct that, because the PowerPoint is also down, and that means one of the maps that we were going to show is not available. And I don't want to short-circuit anyone speaking or other things, so could we take a 5-minute break to see if our audio-visual person could correct it?
Certainly, certainly. So give us about 5 minutes to try to correct some technical problems. Appreciate it. Good, we are good to go. So I read a description of the item then, and we have moved to staff report then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, this item would normally be presented. Hopefully everyone is able to find their seats. If you know, a lot of you didn't get up, and I understand why you didn't want to lose your seats, right? But Minnie Gentry, our Community Development Director, had a prior commitment that she made in January of this year. Otherwise, she would be here tonight, and she will certainly be here for the following meetings. What this item contains, and you read the agenda title, Mr. Mayor, is that it is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance that was introduced at your last meeting. Just so people understand that there is a government code, the California government code process, that indicates how cities, general law cities, which Clayton is, how they adopt local laws, and those are called ordinances. There is an introduction of an ordinance that's usually held as a first public hearing, and it's also called the first reading of the ordinance. This is kind of, the first reading is kind of back to the old days of filibustering and Congress and whatnot, because if the city council does not approve the motion to read it by title and number only, unanimously, then the city clerk here must read the entire ordinance in front of everybody. Once the ordinance is adopted for introduction, then no earlier than 5 days following that introduction, that ordinance is eligible to come back for the second reading, and that's the actual adoption at that time. If that ordinance is adopted, then the ordinance normally, with few exceptions, it takes 30 days to be effective. So tonight is the second reading and the consideration of the adoption of the ordinance that the City Council approved for introduction at its last meeting. Just some highlights of that ordinance. We're not going to repeat everything in that respect, but the use permit process that is included in the ordinance is a public hearing and is discretionary with the review and consideration by the Planning Commission. So a parolee house applicant, provided they want an operator, provided they want to come into the city, would need to file an application with the city. If they did not own the underlying property, that application would have to be also signed by the underlying property owner. Included in the ordinance for consideration tonight is there is a prohibition for parolee homes from locating within 500 feet of a sensitive use. This is what we often call the buffer system, just to make the semantics get down. So we're talking about a buffer from sensitive uses of 500 feet. We do not have those maps that are posted over there on for PowerPoint. The only reason being is those maps could not be condensed to PowerPoint size. But if you can see the maps that are posted on the trifold, the map in the upper left-hand corner is what our city would allow right now if the moratorium expires and the city did not have an ordinance. Those yellow-colored areas, which are all the residential districts of the city, an operator could come in, and an operator could have come in without a public hearing, without a use permit, and that's basically called, without any conditions, is basically called by a right. And so when the city received an inquiry back in August of 2016 from an operator that was interested in having a parolee home within the city, that's what we were facing. And so the city staff, we felt that this was such of an urgency matter for public safety interest that we brought to the city council an ordinance that was an urgency ordinance that put a ban in place for 2 years. I have heard that some people are saying, well, why don't you just continue the ban or the moratorium? The city is not eligible to do that because the moratorium comes under authority of the California Government Code. And that California Government Code section is 65858 subparagraph A. That only allows that urgency moratorium to be effective for a 2-year period. The city doesn't have the authority to extend that moratorium. So that's what the city council and the city is faced with. In the absence of doing nothing, then when that moratorium expires on October 3rd of 2018, the areas colored in yellow at the top are where a parolee home could come without notification to the city. Among the things that the city council included in its first ordinance is that they said, we would like buffer zones within 500 feet of a sensitive use. And so you can't see it here, but I'll show you another map, but the map on the upper right-hand corner is 500 feet. And the yellow areas have been colored in from the sensitive uses. It cannot be located within 1,000 feet of another parolee home, so we call that the distance between parolee homes. If should one ever come in, then another one could not go within 1,000 feet of that particular parolee home. That is different than the 500 feet of a buffer zone. Multifamily housing designations were selected by staff and provided as recommended to the city. The reason is because there are not as many of those zones in the city as there is single family dwellings or residential districts. And once again, the interest of the city was to regulate and limit the city's receival of such a parolee home operation. Additional components to that were multifamily housing projects with 25 units or less would be limited to one parolee home, and multifamily housing projects with more than 25 units would be limited to a maximum of 2. At the last meeting, the City Council, as I indicated, introduced the ordinance, but then they also asked to have staff come back and plot what would 750 feet look like and what would 1,000 feet look like. This map is another example of the maps that are placed here. There is no law in state law or local law that it has to be 500 feet, 750 feet, or 1,000 feet between buffers. If your favorite number is 683 and that works for you, that could be selected as well. So the staff, however, plotted the buffer zones on a map of the overall city, and we use the buffer zones primarily starting with the downtown area. We've put a legend up there, but the 500-foot zone, buffer zone, is the green line. So if 500 feet as a buffer were to remain, then everything beyond that could be subject to a location of a parolee home operator requesting to go in the areas that are highlighted in, what, magenta, I guess that is purple. By placing or plotting 750 feet as a buffer zone, that's the yellow zone. And so therefore we begin to move out and additional areas begin to be eliminated from being a prospect of a parolee home operation. And then finally, the City Council asked for a 1,000-foot buffer, and 1,000 feet is the red line around. So anywhere outside of the red line from the downtown area would be a possible candidate. And of course, this map just only shows the distance from the downtown area. What would always remain in, and I know there are many people that are concerned about that, but the Keller Ridge multifamily density housing that's kind of generally up in this area. So that's what's consideration for the council. That was what the council asked for staff to bring back. And we're now at that point where the City Council can, if it wish, continue after you've had public comment and public hearing. You can continue to hold to the 500-foot buffer, and if that's the one that you wish, then the process would be you go ahead and have the ordinance that's before you read for second reading and then adopted, then it would be effective within 30 days. That time period would beat the release of the moratorium, and therefore there would be more protection in place than the yellow map that's over here, meaning the whole city would be open. Should the City Council decide after public comment or even before with some of your thoughts after reading the agenda packet that you received Friday night, if your desire is to go to 750-foot buffer or 1,000-foot buffer, then the action tonight would be that you want to amend the ordinance, and because you're amending the ordinance with that change, you would then be introducing that ordinance again for a first reading. If that's the pathway that is chosen, then what would happen is that that particular amended ordinance would come back at a subsequent meeting. However, because the City Council, before all this came to be, the meeting of September 4th was canceled, we have included on the agenda as a staff just the flexibility that if you wish to and you amend the ordinance for a greater buffer distance, that you could put back into place a September 4th meeting to have its second reading and adoption, and then that ordinance would be effective 30 days later, which would actually just give a 1 day of lapse between the ordinance and the current status that we have in place. So, Mr. Mayor, that's the conclusion of the staff report, and we'll try to answer questions you might have.
All right, this is when it comes to council, in case we have questions of staff. And Vice Mayor Shuey was not present at our last meeting, so I'd like to give him an opportunity to raise some questions or comments.
Okay. First of all, let me just represent that I have read the prior staff report. I have looked at the minutes and I have reviewed the tape of the prior meeting, so I am familiar with what went on and some of the discussions. But obviously, as council asked for further information, I want to get a couple of clarifications. Under the 500-foot buffer, Gary, there are 3 opportunity spots for parolee housing to go in, correct?
Yeah, that would be here and down here, and then once again, what's not on the map is the Keller Ridge.
Excuse me?
Pardon me?
He just wants a better description of the location.
Okay, this is the Indian Head area, Indian Head Way area.
Is that Keller Ridge?
No. Keller Ridge is off the map up here. We can't get this entire map on a PowerPoint. And then down here is a piece of the property that would include privately owned properties. It would exclude property that is the subject of some dialogue in town regarding the senior housing.
Most of Shell
Excuse me. Excuse me?
Shell Lane and Shell Circle.
No, I'm saying you'll all have an opportunity. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience. But right now,
No, he's
staff-
talking about down in this area too. Yeah, correct.
Shell Lane and Shell Circle.
That's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. And so, Gary, the actual 2 spots up at Indian Head and Shell, those are only one opportunity spot because of the 1,000-foot distance between parolee homes if they ever got there, correct?
That's correct. And also in all of the discussion of potential candidates areas, there may be group housing that we don't know about that's licensed by the state and we're not informed of that. Or it could be that after the council adopts an ordinance and that particular use comes into play, that would be part of the consideration when staff went to apply the criteria that's in the ordinance. And just so people are aware, none of these maps that are here for information purposes are part of the ordinance because we don't want to constrain the ordinance from the actual application of the criteria that's in the ordinance. And so this is, however, this is to give people an idea of the areas that are multifamily, high density, and where possible places could go, and also for council to have the discussion on what it feels is a legally defensible position of the city.
Right. And just again, for myself as well as the audience, is if a daycare is located within one of those magenta zones, that would then knock it out as an opportunity site for parolee housing, correct?
Yes.
And we don't know about that now.
Well, we largely do actually, Mr. Vice Mayor, because we're speaking of licensed daycares. So we are informed of licensed daycares. But another licensed daycare could show up within those areas. But what also, this is part of the reason why there's a notification requirement. And at the last meeting, and Councilmember Pierce requested that, she wanted, if the buffer was going to be the 500-foot buffer, she wanted the noticing of people that an applicant had applied before a hearing before the Planning Commission, so we could determine if there were unknown group housings or other sensitive uses that had materialized since or even after the ordinance had been adopted.
And then if you move out to 750, you then reduce the opportunity sites from 3 to 2, correct?
You have 1, 2, and then Keller Ridge.
Well, but the 2 up there are 1 because of opportunity. They're only 1 opportunity site.
Yes, but we don't know, where they might land and locate. We generally believe that that is true, but it would.
If we have a 1,000-foot buffer, you can only get 1 parolee housing in there, so that's 1 opportunity site, and then Keller Ridge would be the other opportunity.
Yes, the distance between the 2, that's correct.
Okay, so from 500 we have 3, 750 we have 2. When we go to 1,000, we still have 2, correct? There's really no functional difference between 750 and 1,000 because of the
1,000 leaves in this area here, and then Keller Ridge.
But, so you agree that no difference opportunity-wise, 750 and 1,000 feet, there's still 2 opportunity zones that would protect us from challenge of a de facto ban.
Appreciably, when you apply the 1,000-foot distance between the presence of parolee homes, that is the net result. And that's why we're going through this exercise, because we have to not only determine what the buffers are, but what's the net result of those distance criterias and the sensitive uses that are identified.
Okay. And Mala, I know you were asked last time too, but are you comfortable as the city attorney with a regulation that has 2 opportunity zones as opposed to 3? And what's the risk, additional risk factor?
Sure, I think. Is it on now? Yes, okay.
Bring it closer to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? No. Oh, here we go. I'll just talk very close into the mic. In terms of the risk factor, I think it gets back to the issue of the sensitive uses and ones that we may not be aware of. So obviously, the more sites you have, it provides a little bit more wiggle room. But you are correct that we have now just jumped from 2 to 3. So I think it is still defensible to move from two versus 3. However, it does pose an additional risk if a sensitive use comes in and knocks out the ability for a parolee home to go in.
Okay.
But
Right.
I don't believe it creates that de facto ban.
Okay. All right. I think that's...
Question?
Not as much of a question. I want to add something to the record because I know our focus has really been on Contra Costa and what other cities around us have done, and we've included that analysis in the staff reports. And I think most cities around us have regulated this. I think Lafayette is the only one that we found that hasn't done anything. But most other cities have regulated this. Some of them have principally permitted, some of them have required a use permit, some of them have required a buffer, some have not. But we sort of focused on that. And I know last time I asked, are there any, is there any case law, in terms of how this would fall out if there was litigation? And I think the answer was no, and I wasn't aware of any myself either. And I think the reason for that probably is that nobody's actually followed it through all the way. So I went over the weekend, looking sort of high and low beyond Contra Costa to see, are there any other examples or any other cities that have actually done a ban or de facto ban, and has that resulted in any? I was only able to find one example, but I found one example. That was the city of Hesperia, which is in Southern California. So what they had done, and I want to just put it in the record because I do think it's relevant as we talked about bans and de facto bans. So they had a group home definition in their code that prohibited housing with 2 or more individuals on probation. So outlawed prohibited. And then in November 2015, they also passed something called crime-free rental housing ordinance, which, among other things, required landlords to evict tenants who had engaged in any kind of criminal activity. So in May 2016, 6 months later, the city was sued on both of these ordinances by ACLU and another entity. And I pulled up the complaint that ACLU had filed just out of curiosity, and it pieces together the really story that starts with the Supreme Court case, Brown versus Plata. Talks about AB 109, which is the law that from Sacramento. It talks about Prop 47. So it kind of pieces that story together. 2 months after, in July 2016, 2 months after the lawsuit was filed, a preliminary injunction was filed, issued by the court, preventing the city from enforcing their ordinances at all. So then, sometime thereafter, 9 months thereafter, the city decided itself to repeal the group home definition, and it did it by urgency ordinance. And I pulled up that too because I was curious, why they at that point then did it. So in the urgency findings that they did, they specifically stated that the urgency in the ordinance is necessary for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety, as those terms are defined in a government code section, in at least the following aspects. The city anticipates that the cost of litigating the case may be such that they would be detrimental to the fiscal stability of the city. This could result in the public peace, health, and safety being detrimentally affected because the city will be less able to provide services such as police, fire, building, and safety enforcement, code enforcement, and other enforcement activities. Accordingly, they adopted the urgency ordinance. So that was in March 2017. Another year later is finally when the lawsuit was settled. The city ended up paying the ACLU and the other party almost $500,000. About $470,000 of that was just attorney's fees. And that did not include the city's own legal expenses that it incurred during the 2 years that was pending. I don't know what those are, but probably similar. So then finally I pulled up, there was a news article about that case because this was a fairly publicized case. And it was, the city spokesperson had said, it's with deep regret that the city of Hesperia felt forced to an inflated settlement with the ACLU and the other party, nearly all of which was attorney's fees. When the district court granted a preliminary injunction on the group home issue, the city felt that the potentially huge cost of taking the case through trial and then to a likely appeal would not be effective use of the taxpayer funds, and thus repealed the ordinance until the laws were more clear. Lastly, I did a little bit of comparison as to how large of a city Hesperia is compared to us. Hesperia has a population of 94,000 people, which is almost more than 8 times the population of Clayton. Their general fund budget is about $26 to $27 million a year, which is, our general fund budget is about $4.5 million a year. So we're talking 5-6 times the general budget. So I just wanted to put that in record because I know we talked about what other cities around us have done. We didn't find any actual case law that addressed this issue, and it would be a first impression, but then I did find one where the city had done a ban and then was sued on it, but ended up settling it. So I just wanted to put that in record, but I don't have any questions per se at this time.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Julie.
A clarification first, and that is in talking about group homes, I think we need to be really clear, and if you could explain the process and what the state law is regarding small daycares that are licensed by the state for 6 or less children, and how that works, because I don't think we know about those.
Yeah, once again, state law adopted by Sacramento, which the city must follow because we're a general law city. State law allows for certain types of group housing to go into communities and residential zones without any permission or regulation by the cities, provided the number of persons in that group housing are 6 people or less. So when people say, well, how do you not know about a group housing that's occurring in your neighborhood or in the city? It's only we find out from the neighborhood itself when they will call us and say, what is going on with the house 5 doors down from me? And at that point in time, we'll try to make some inquiries with the state, and sometimes we'll get to the right branch of the state that operates that, because licensed daycare is different than an adult group housing versus a different type of group housing, sober living environments and so forth.
Thank you, because I think one of the things that I was trying to get at when I asked for us to increase the notice requirement at the last meeting was to make sure that anyone within a much broader area within that buffer zone would have notice and be able to let us know, are you running a licensed daycare of 6 or less? Because that would then have the potential to throw out a location that would be proposed. And my guess is, I don't know for sure because I don't know where they're all located, but I know there's an awful lot of state authorized daycares that have 6 or less children in them that are all through our neighborhoods all over town. And I would be very surprised if there wasn't one within virtually any area within that buffer zone. That's my guess. I don't know that, but I want to make sure that if they are there, they're able to come and tell us they're there and give us the grounds and the conditions that would allow us to be as restrictive as we can possibly be. I don't want to pass a ban. Tuya has just told us about some of the costs incurred by a city much larger than ours and with a much bigger budget. But I I think we need to be as restrictive as we possibly can without doing that. And we need to be as noisy about it and as public about it, so that anybody that thinks about coming here is going to know that everybody in town is going to know where that house is located, and they'll decide to go elsewhere. Because what they don't want is to be known. And we heard that in the letter that was given to us 2 years ago. Where can we go without any permits? Well, let me tell you, I want to make sure these permits are really broadcasted broadly, and that they are as restrictive as we can legally make them without getting sued. So that's where my head's going. I'm looking forward to hearing your comments, and I'm hoping that we can have a civil discourse this evening.
Jim, any questions?
Yeah, very quickly. The fact that there are, with a 1,000-foot buffer, the fact that there's only 2 potential areas, is that arbitrary, or is that by state law definition, that the 2 are potential for that housing? How do we come up with the two areas? Is that by definition under the law, or was this something arbitrary that the staff picked?
No, the staff picked it to be in multifamily housing, and so then that creates so many sites, and then we had the map created with the different buffers, the 500, the 750, and
Right.
the 1,000, to give you the picture that you have.
Okay, but it's your belief that the fact that there are potentially 2 areas is defensible legally?
It's defensible. The risk is that sensitive use coming up that reduces that number.
If we went further and only had 1 left, that would be under, you think
I would
that-
not recommend that, because I
know
do.
you wouldn't
yeah.
recommend it, but it would be
It'd be less
potentially
defensible, I think.
exposure to the city for only having 1 area potentially available, and that would be if we extended that buffer beyond 1,000. I just want to get that.
Correct. And then if there's a sensitive use, that 1 could really be 0.
Okay, thank you.
All right. When we looked at this at our last meeting, we were looking at the 500-foot buffer. And when the council asked about the impact of expanding that to 750 and 1,000, when we got to 1,000, we got the response that you hadn't looked into it in a whole lot of detail at that time, but it appeared that there would be no opportunity for that housing, which would in effect be a de facto ban, and that you were very reluctant to pursue that. Correct?
Yes, the one caveat is I think we thought there was still 1 site, and the 1 site is what I'm still not recommending. I think there are great risks with only allowing for 1 site and a potential sensitive use. Here, though, when we drill down with this map that you see, you can see that there are now 2 potential sites.
Okay, so you did determine there's 2, which makes it easier to defend that.
That's correct.
Okay. Also then, if we had a buffer of 1,000, if we also had a notice requirement of 1,000, so that we really spread that net wide and notified as many people as possible, would you have any legal issue with expanding that notice requirement?
No, I think it's fine to expand the notice requirement to match the whatever buffer you choose.
Okay, okay.
In the draft ordinance before you, we did expand it to 500 feet per your request, but if you were to choose a different buffer, then we can, if you'd like, match that to the notice.
Okay. But it sounds like now that you have really drilled down and used granular evaluation, there is sufficient opportunity that you feel we could defend that.
Correct.
Okay.
Again, given the caveat of the sensitive use issue.
Understand. That we're just looking at how it exists today. Hard to predict what happens in the future. All right. Any other questions at this time? All right. We are going to open this to public hearing and public comment. I have 22 speaker cards. So ask you to bear with us. Again, this is your opportunity to address the council, and you're addressing the council with questions, and we will then take those under advisement, and if we want to direct some of those questions after public hearing back to staff, that'll be in part of our discussion after the public hearing. And also ask you, it's already almost 8:30, when I do call you, if you are just reinforcing or if you agree with the previous speaker, if you could quickly state that you agree with them, certainly you're encouraged to raise any new issue, but rather than repeat the same issue, that we might be here a long time if everyone has the same issue. You can certainly advise us that you agree with previous statements, and generally you can summarize that issue. So we're trying to get through and give everyone an opportunity to address this for the council. So first up then would be Pat Heltz.
I'd like to say I've lived in Clayton since '73, first in Dana Hills, and now I downsized into Chaparral Springs. I feel very safe there, but the areas that you have chosen, the purple area that is Shell Lane, is where I reside. And I'm in a court where there are 3 women that live alone. And I can't imagine having a house or a resident in our court that would be a felon, or that would contain more than one felon. Now, I don't know how many you put in one house, but it would be very uncomfortable for all of us. And I think I would propose that the area that they reside in should be not in the city limit, not close to the city, but maybe an area that is more remote, where you're not going to have a small yard and people looking into your yard. I think there's mostly all 2-story homes in there, and people would be looking into other areas and into our yards, and it would be very uncomfortable for everyone living there. So I just wanted to voice my opinion against what you've proposed on Shell Lane.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Ann Stanaway.
Can you turn up the mic, please?
For me or the speakers?
Oh, I've got a really loud voice. You're going to hear me. Okay, Ann Stanaway, 1553 Haviland Place, yet again. Our esteemed city council members come before us with dire predictions of spiraling legal costs if Clayton tries to effectively ban housing parolees within our city limits. That argument simply defies logic. Clayton carries municipal JPA insurance to defray such costs. What the city cannot afford is the city's current piecemeal offering to regulate parolee incorporation into Clayton's population. It is an open invitation to chaos. The only winners under the current plan are the lawyers, as amendment after amendment will be necessary to make this superficial stab at public policy viable. A comprehensive policy must address the panoply of rights germane to this cohort of California's population. A prudent council would outsource review of our staff's recommendation and welcome professional scrutiny by acknowledged experts like Goldfarb and Lippman in Oakland. We, your constituents, are not qualified to guide you through the complexities surrounding compliance of this magnitude. Using Clayton's homespun, just lost my place here, approach to governance doesn't even make a decent job of enforcing our fire lanes. This statutory compliance measure is a big deal with far-reaching consequences. A ban now would record Clayton's reluctance and would allow City Hall time to seek professional advice from the highest and best source. Thanks.
All right. Next up would be Nancy Hughes.
The one thing Nancy Hughes, Shell Lane, Pat is my neighbor. Can you hear me now?
Stand closer to the mic, thank you.
Nobody wants a criminal in their backyard. None of us do. I know you guys are really between a rock and a hard spot, so to speak. When you look at Shell Lane and you look at how tight our units are, Usually a cul-de-sac has 8 units. If you look at Shell Lane, it runs parallel to Oakhurst Drive. That entire area behind all of our units is open. Anybody could slip down that hill, through the parking space, and have access to any of our backyards. Within a few steps, they can be in Pat's backyard, my single woman next door to me's backyard, my backyard, and my 82-year-old widow next door's backyard. And nobody will know or see them. There are 500 crimes that qualify for this realignment. 500. Yeah, maybe the burglary is only $950. I spoke with a couple of people who are down at our little pool in our community, which has very strict HOA rules. Are these folks going to follow them? Whoever supervises them, they're going to be county parole officers. They can only park their car 2 days in guest parking. The people living there, if they have vehicles, I don't know whether they're going to be allowed to leave, whether they're going to be on monitoring devices. All cars have to be put in the garage. If they're going to be on monitoring devices, the statistics are scary. In LA, they had 6,000 parolees that they studied, and almost 2,300 of them disabled their devices. How are these guys going to be supervised? And we talk about sensitive areas. Is my 2-year-old granddaughter not a sensitive area? I don't care. I don't care if there's 1 or 6 kids in a house. I don't want these people in my neighborhood. We all worry about our real estate prices. If this goes through, who's a realtor? You're hired, because my house is going on the market.
Ma'am.
I'm not living there, okay? So I want you to think about that there is an entire stretch from Indian Head all the way down to the fountain, where that ends, whatever that street is, where these people can get behind, there's no fences, there's no nothing, and hop over our fences and be in our backyards in like 2 seconds. I spoke with the Clayton police man who was very, very nice to me. I went up to him, he was parked by Safeway, and I asked him his thoughts on it, and he didn't know anything about it. He didn't know where Chaparral Springs was. So concerns about the safety is huge. And nobody wants them. I get it. And I get there are repercussions, but I would request that you look further, please.
All right. Next up, Barbara Voigt.
Don't time me yet.
Jeff Wang, you're going to be next. I'll start lining you up behind so we can save a little time here.
Let me just pull me up. Don't time me yet, please. Okay, now you can time me. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, and staff. My name is Barbara Vogt. I live on Coyote Circle and oppose any parolee housing in Clayton. We also, like this lady, we live in a very multi-family, they're condos, so we are very close-knit, very close to each other. So I would like to point out these important things to consider since we live in the Keller Ridge area, which is, from how I see it, we'd be target number 1. Okay? I see it right there on your map. I don't see it there, but if you target that, we are target number 1. So we are multifamily. Another question would be, why is it multifamily? Why is it not single-family homes? So these are my points. We have a lot of young children in our small complex. Another point to consider, they sell alcohol. We are right on the golf course. They sell alcohol from the wagons on the golf course. We also, and I don't know if you saw this or not, but in our Coyote Circle, We have a very small community park. We have a volleyball net, we have the grass, we have everything right there, all the kids go there. So I would say it is a park. And then I know the parolees need their bus, they need to get places. Well, we are a half mile to the nearest transportation. They would have to go down Oakhurst from Eagle Peak, so they'd be going through other communities. We also have a community pool. Are they allowed to go to our pool and sit there with their bands on their feet while we're trying to swim? Condor and Coyote are privately owned streets. They are not patrolled regularly. So please take that into consideration. I would also like to add there are many widows and seniors in our complex. And of course, I'm one of the seniors. Who is watching out for our safety? Seems like we have to watch out more for the safety of the parolees. And like this other lady said, we have a very minimum guest. So where would the supervisors go? So I thank you for your time and thank you for letting me point out these different interests, and please protect our small community. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Jeff, you're next. And Jerry Cohn behind him.
I'm Jeff Vaughn. I live out towards Marsh Creek. The number one priority of the City Council should be the safety of its residents. The City Council failed in its primary duty with its ordinance on parolee housing at the July 17 meeting. The Council let fear of potential litigation paralyze its collective thought process. This was demonstrated by the lack of creativity and vision in presenting only 3 options for the Council to choose from. The Council did not clearly present what their goals were in adopting the half-measure ordinance that would seek to put parolees a mere 500 feet away from our schools and children. Instead, the only message that I heard was that you needed to do something, and you wanted to avoid litigation. Doing something so ineffective is equivalent to doing nothing. Sure, there's a fig leaf of a limitation, but you tell that to the folks who live in Keller Ridge or Stranahan or right off of Oakhurst Drive. The target location the Council has designated for parolees. It seems like the goal of the City Council is to avoid litigation at all costs, rather than protect the city and protect the safety of Clayton residents. What prevents the Council from simply declaring they don't want parolees in Clayton anywhere? We've been told by the Council that there's a mandate by the state that Clayton is required to accept parolees in these community-based programs in our neighborhoods. But this isn't true. AB 109 directed the state to send prisoners to the counties, and each county could adopt a plan on how it was to handle the new influx. But this doesn't specifically bind the city. When you debate between 300, 500, or 1,000 feet, it's clear that the city has choices on the regulation it adopts. Why didn't the Council adopt the most restrictive ordinance possible at the July 17 meeting? That nearby Antioch and Oakley have greater distance requirements belies any claim that the Council is being restrictive as possible. Fear of litigation has made the Council lose sight of the real danger being ushered into our city. Don't the residents of Clayton deserve the greatest possible restriction, or does the Council want to adopt a new mantra? Not as safe as Antioch.
Yeah.
The legal jeopardy that the Council is so afraid of should be explored in much greater depth. The specter of potential litigation is fear-mongering. If the city bans parolee housing, does the Council believe we'd automatically lose a disparate impact claim that we are banning parolees so we're discriminating against minorities? It's hardly persuasive that the Council explored all possible actions when in their diligence, they forgot about the park in Stranahan Circle where they identified potential locations for parolee housing right next to the park. If you can say that the ordinance passed is the very best the City Council can come up with, then you are not trying hard enough. The Council should go back to the drawing board and take action that actually protects all Clayton residents and more heavily restricts or outright bans parolee housing in the city. We can do better, and that's why I'm a candidate for City Council. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Jerry, thank you. And after that will be Kim Brazil.
All right, you already know my name. I live in Chaparral Springs, topic of conversation here.
I worked for government for 35 years, so I know once a government agency has made its decision, it's hard to change. You've done your due diligence, you've listened to your lawyers, you've talked to other cities and done all that, fantastic. But Clayton, as you see here tonight, is not just any other city. It's a community. Everybody that is here that I've talked to is here because we don't want to be in Hysteria or whatever that place was, or Concord or whatever. We are here because we want Clayton to be different. We want it to be all-inclusive. We want it to be safe and comfortable and working, hard-working, middle-class, low-income, wealthy, whatever, can all meet on Saturday night at the concerts and do what they want. When the city of Clayton, I first moved in, had trouble with landscaping, what happened? Name one other community that I could think of in my last 68 years of being on this earth that would vote themselves taxes so somebody could prune their roses. All right? When we needed money for the fountain, when we needed something to be done, the CBCA. I've worked again in different cities, different communities, 35 years. I've never seen an organization like the CBCA so cooperative with its government. So all I say is, we are not afraid of a lawsuit, but we're not you. But if we have to raise money, if we have to bake cupcakes, if we have to sell something at the Saturday night concerts, we'll all be there to do it, to protect our community and live the way we wanted to, because that's why we moved here. Thank you.
Next up, Kim Brazil.
I would like to piggyback on the last two speakers.
All right. Fred Fold. After that will be Richard Halley. Hale.
Thank you. I really can't give an opinion until I have a lot more questions answered. Can I ask 3 quick questions?
You can ask questions, and we're going to be also discussing it and incorporating questions we received during the public hearing.
Okay, my first question is, who is the nonprofit organization that seeks to put a facility in Clayton? What's the name of the organization?
We can add that. Go ahead.
And you'll be disclosing it at the end, or when will I find that information out?
Well, we'll be deciding on the questions we feel are still necessary from staff to help us decide.
So it's not public information?
Well, we don't have that here right now. I don't, and we'll decide if we want to ask staff of that.
Mr. Mayor, let me just respond. I don't have that actually in my staff report that's here. However, I do recall that the operator eventually wound up and opened up in Pittsburgh a similar Pearly operating.
Yeah.
Okay. Second question is, would this organization be buying these units or renting them?
They would have that option coming in here, but go ahead with your questions.
That's my second question. Well, in relating to that question, if I'm a homeowner of, say, a rental property, they come to me, they want to rent my property for this purpose, and am I allowed to turn them down?
Yes, what we're doing tonight is just looking at the ordinance that would control whether or not they could use their property in that manner, not binding the owner of the property on the type of rentals they want to approve for their own property.
Okay, and the last question is probably the most important. I read that it said it is important to note that county-level supervision does not include any of the following, and it listed high-risk sex offenders as defined by CDCR. So I'm assuming that means they will allow low-risk sex offenders. What does that mean? I think that's a serious question unless I read it wrong.
Okay.
That's all I have. I just want those questions answered in order to make a decision about my opinions on this proposal.
Okay, thank you. I was also going to ask that that be clarified, the type of people that this would apply to. So that'll come up later.
Richard Hale, Indian Head. I have prepared remarks. I'm going to toss them. Because fundamentally, there's a dishonesty here in terms of what we're discussing. They talk about low-level offenders. That's low-level offenders to what they cop to, not what they did. Everybody knows here, somewhere between 80 and 90% of all felony indictments are settled out of court by pleading to a lesser offense. So we don't know what we're getting when somebody moves into one of these things who's a low-level drug offender, for instance. We don't know, like a trial I was being voir dired for, that he wasn't carrying a gun ready to shoot somebody. Okay? We don't know that. He pled to having a sufficient amount of cocaine to be considered a commercial enterprise. That's all we know. We don't know what these guys really were guilty of or what they were charged with originally. That's the dishonesty. This is fundamentally dishonest. We have taken the high-density parts of this city, primarily lived in by young families and retirees in the densest population centers in Clayton, and we're going to throw them under the bus rather than letting somebody in a nice separate house, so that they don't have to worry about them losing $100,000 or $200,000 from their house value, or having somebody have to walk from all the way up the hill to get down to a bus. Okay? It's nonsense. We're putting the people at greatest risk in closest proximity to the problem. As has been said, you haven't really thought about decent solutions. We need better legal advice than we're getting. We need to, as a first phone call up Newport Beach and find out why the ACLU has left them alone. They've had since 2011, May 30th, to go after Newport Beach. They haven't touched them. They haven't touched Colton. That was a stupidly written piece of nonsense, that city that essentially rolled over and died when the ACLU slapped them. That was really a very badly written ordinance. We should find out what a well-written ordinance looks like and consider that. Or, if we're going to live in Clayton, which is a privilege, we should share the risk equally, not just in the areas where people can't buy their influence. Bye. The city council, can I just show of hands people that are living in the areas that are designated? No, the city council.
The next speaker, we're going to be here all night, folks, so we want to keep moving along. We want to give everyone an opportunity to have their 3 minutes to speak before the council and the audience. So next up was Dan Hummer and Joanne Litterman, but after that.
Good evening, everybody. Some of the questions I had were answered with the presentation, so I apologize if some of these may be answered at the other meeting as well. According to, I was reading AB 109, and it says that the county can actually still contract back with the state. I'm not sure if that's actually correct, but is there a reason why Contra Costa County did not contract back with the state in regards to the, where these people would be actually held and things like that, right? They're trying to stop this revolving door as far as, and then the cost with putting these people in jail and stuff like that, right? So is there a reason why Contra Costa County isn't contracting back with the state?
They're still working on their ordinances.
I see.
County
Okay.
is.
Okay. And let's see. And as far as the supervision, is that I know that's a county thing. Is there any sort of raising in taxes for Clayton in regards to that as well? Because all of a sudden now if this actually gets approved, I obviously hope not, or do our taxes go up because of this on something that we don't want in our city?
That's not something, we're looking at the impacts of the ordinance itself and whether or not it can be imposed on the city limit, within the city limits of Clayton, and what impact that would have on our conditions. The taxes is something that would be dispersed to cover that, both county and statewide.
All right, that's it.
So next up would be Joanne Letterman and John Crancy after that.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Letterman. I have lived in Clayton for 18 years. I live on Keller Ridge in a single-family house. I am next to the condominiums, but I don't care just about my house. I care about my neighbors. After listening to this tonight, I am just dumbfounded that your idea of restriction is let's get the high-density people. It makes no sense whatsoever, except that somehow this seemed to be easy for staff, and you all seem to have just followed along. If you're going to have an ordinance and allow parolees, I agree the city needs an ordinance. And if you're going to go with allow parolees because you don't want to fight with the ACLU, then you need to do it citywide. It is absolutely unacceptable to target certain groups. You have made second-class citizens out of people who live in high-density housing. This is unacceptable. And again, what somebody else said, I will agree with. These are families with young children and, like me, senior retired people who are used to walking their dogs at night without worrying, and a lot of other freedoms that we have had. Share the pain if you're going to do it. Okay? I think that the City Council has absolutely failed to consider that probably those of us who live anywhere around that Keller Ridge area and the other areas, if they're still part of it, depending on your zone, are going to have to disclose when we go to sell our property that we are in a small, targeted area where you can have parolee housing. You have cost us money by doing that. That is a very, very serious problem. And the last thing I want to say is, I asked the city manager, I'm not quite sure what his answer was, but I have a feeling that not one of you lives in a condominium. Not one of you lives in an area that is affected by this. To me, that is a conflict of interest. You are making a decision that personally and financially advantages you while you disadvantage some other residents in Clayton. You have got to reconsider this. And I agree, you need some good legal advice on what an ordinance looks like, because this is not a good ordinance. And if you are going to do it, then we are going to share the pain across this community with buffer zones. I understand buffer zones, but we are going to share it. And for you to do anything else to the people in this community who live in high-density housing is unconscionable. So change the ordinance. Do not adopt it tonight.
Next up is John Francie, and after that, Marcy Longchamps.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff. My name is John Crancy. I'm a resident of Clayton, reside on Coyote Circle. Also, 34-year veteran, San Francisco Police Department, 15 years with the United States Marshal Service. I've seen firsthand what these parolees can do to a community. Spending 28 years on the streets of San Francisco and going into these houses, the recidivism of them committing the crimes over and over and over is unconscionable. They don't want to be controlled. They'll come in, they'll do what they want, they'll go where they want. We don't have the staff in our police department to do anything about it. We have 10 members, 12 members in our department. 2 of them work midnights, maybe. They've become a security force, not a police department. My hat's off to them for trying to do a job that they're ill prepared for. 500 feet, 750 feet, 1,000 feet doesn't work. Like's been said over and over again, There should be a ban, complete ban on this. If you have to put a footage on it, 2,000 feet, 2,500 feet, make it impossible for these people to come in. That's about all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Marcy Longchamps and Galena Millman after that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff, my name is Marcy Longchamps. I reside on Coyote Circle in the Keller Ridge development. I have lived there for approximately 26 years. I stand before you to voice my strong opposition to any kind of parolee housing anywhere in Clayton. You did not listen to our voices last time. You did not listen to the Planning Commission, who recommended not to adopt an ordinance. Perhaps you will listen now. I would very much appreciate someone answering my questions. In regards to parolee housing, why has Clayton chosen to be only the third city in all of Contra Costa County to adopt an ordinance, especially one with a 500-foot buffer zone? Why Clayton? The new law goes into effect on October 3rd. Why didn't the City Council wait to see how other cities in Contra Costa County reacted to this new law? I wrote all members of the City Council asking specific questions as to the targeted areas where convicted felons may be able to live. Apparently, according to this, I now have my answer. And Coyote Circle, where I live, where I feel safe, where I am able to babysit my grandson twice a week, you are going to bring and allow parolees to live in my neighborhood? Why? Are you singling us out? Why us? The Keller Ridge development currently does, in fact, have a playground area, which I believe can be defined as a sensitive area. I have the pictures right here. The playground consists of a basketball court, a volleyball court, and a grassy play area. I see children playing there every single day, playing volleyball, shooting hoops, and many times I see young mothers there with their babies playing on the playground. How is this playground area overlooked? I invite each one of you to drive up to Coyote Circle and see our playground. As you will see, the Keller Ridge development, nor any area in Clayton, is suitable for housing parolees. To conclude, I am fully aware that I speak from emotion and also from the heart. I'm extremely passionate about this issue, and I believe that when it comes to any conversation regarding convicted felons living in Clayton, there has to be a place for both emotions as well as facts. Thank you for your time.
Next up, Galena Millman and Stacy Holtz after that.
Hi, City Council. My name is Galena Millman, Clayton resident more than 16 years. I live on Eagle Peak Avenue, which is right down from Coyote Circle. And just like your neighbor and friend, also live in a single house, but my heart goes to everything that I've heard today. So before I start, I would like to know every single City Council member that we're not out here to get you, okay? There's nothing personal about any of this I would say, statements. And we're just here to change ordinance. And we're here just because we're good guys and you're good guys too. I just want to clear the air because there's a lot of excitement. I can see it in the air. Also, I saw a lot of excitement on the next door. And I just want to let you know, some of that excitement was not well taken by me or validated by others. So I'm rather, I would say, peacemaker. So my biggest concern is something that I've heard from council, that any of that parolee housing business will not put us into using extra funds, which is totally not true. Let me tell you why I think it's not true. Every parolee that comes through the system is going to be looked at case by case chances. What it means if parolee sexually assaulted or raped somebody who is younger than 14, they consider hardcore parolee and require 2 miles from any school, park, daycare, and etc. If parolee raped somebody or killed somebody who is 14 years and 1 month old, they consider softcore parolee. But in cases like this, that's when we have professional parolee officer who has done it before and able to differentiate between truly softcore parolee and the hardcore parolee. Our police department does not contain enough members or enough workforce to actually go case by case parolee, case by case time. So I assume we will need to hire extra people. It's about $70,000 a year salary. I did research how much parolee officer makes in East Bay. $70,000 to $80,000 a year plus benefits. Are we ready to put it on our shoulders? So we will need extra staff members. That's first. Second of all, about golden standard. We all know that in 2006, 70% of California voters voted for Jessica's law. Jessica was the girl who was raped and killed by parolee. She was 9 years old. It happened in Florida. And California decided to do a good deed and place every single parolee 2,000 feet, I'm almost done, away. So we do have a golden standard, and it's up to us to, I know the end of the story. I know state of California, because few low-life parolees to San Diego County got scared and imposed this no distance law all across California. But it's up to us. We can decide it on the local level. If we cannot totally ban, at least we can do 2,000 feet because the golden standard exists. It was voted by voters of California. Yes, it was taken out from underneath of our feet, not by our fault. Instead of imposing that only in San Diego County, which was, by the way, Sioux, they decided to impose it chicken heads without balls all over California state. So I want for you to ask today, what did you do for your country? But instead, what did you do for your city? What did you do for your city? I want everybody to grow balls today and be afraid of litigation from citizens of Clayton, because there are enough lawyers and attorneys in the city to take the city by the balls and sue for making our properties and our children to pay the price for you being politically correct. Thank you.
I need to remind everybody that this is not a political rally. We're trying to get input from the community, and we're trying to get input from everyone, and we want everyone to be showing respect. We want the speakers to be shown respect, and we want them to show respect as well to the audience and the council who is listening to all of the input from the city. So this would be Stacy Holtz.
Correct.
Okay, next up then would be Brian Bedell after that. Stacy?
Stacy Holtz, and I will express my bias to the council.
Talk into the mic so they can hear you.
My apologies. Stacy Holtz, and my bias, I will let everyone know, is I do live on Shell Lane. So, but I'm here as a member of the town of Clayton, the city of Clayton, the community of Clayton. And so whether I lived on Shell Lane or Peacock, I'm here because I believe that there is a fourth option, which has not been thought of. And I echo the sentiment of my fellow community members that creativity can be sought, we can try harder, and restrictions should be there, but discrimination should not. And in the effort to be not offending the ACLU or felons, I believe that the City Council is at risk of discriminating against certain members of our community. Because as I echo with my fellow members that have spoken, we are a community, we need to share the burden. And I would ask the question that I wanted to ask earlier, so it's not going to be as funny or impactful, and you probably still won't answer, but how many of you live on Shell Lane, Keller Ridge, or in any of these purple areas? My answer, I can probably already state, is 0. So imagine if you were one of us. Imagine if you had a little kid, or anyone. I mean, why is it just little kids? Many of us can have crimes committed against us. So all I ask is that the council please listen to your community members that are coming here to you, some of us with some words and some of us with a little more restraint, but emotions are running high because we all are on the same team, right? We all love Clayton. We all moved here, not because it's convenient to our workplace, I'll echo that, but because when we get done with a 15-hour day at work, we can't wait to be in Mount Diablo's backyard. So Clayton is amazing because we are a community that makes it amazing. Let's continue to make it amazing, and let's find a solution that works for everyone in Clayton, because this is Clayton and it's special and it's amazing, and we need to, like I said, this is not, I know we have to separate church and state, but we're not going to be afraid to offend the devil just because we want to be politically correct. So I'm done with time to spare.
Thank you. Next up is Brian, and after Brian, Jim Gamble.
I was at the last city council meeting and I listened with very great detail at our city attorney present at that time when she said 1,000 feet would be a total ban. It would be a de facto ban. Now we're hearing, no, it's not, it's fine. I'm hearing Councilmember Pierce say, well, there might be daycares there, but we don't know where they are. I'm hearing that there's parks in here, but they're not considered. Council, we are talking about a piece of legislation that is possibly the most important piece of legislation in the 54-year history of Clayton. You guys are looking like the Keystone Cops. You need to know the answers to those questions before you make these decisions. This is safety. This is the protection of Clayton. This is not something that we make up as we go along on a week-by-week basis. You need to know the answers to all of these questions before you adopt a ban, 1,000 feet, 500 feet, 700 feet, whatever it is. Figure it out before. And I understand, okay, well, we've got this moratorium. It's looming. We got to do something. Why did you wait so long? Why wasn't this done a year ago? Why didn't this happen then? Why is our city attorney changing her story on a week-to-week basis? That's not the guidance. That's not the leadership we need. The safety of Clayton is the #1 priority. My daughter, their daughters, their sons, their grandsons, all of us. That's the #1 priority. And what is being shown here is a distinct lack of leadership. And this isn't politics. This isn't, oh, Brian's running for city council. He's going to say this stuff. I mean this stuff. I don't want to see my daughter or anyone else's hurt because of some goofball decision that we made because we couldn't figure out where these buffer zones really go or what the legal effect of this law will be. There is no legal precedent. There are other cities that have de facto bans in place that haven't been sued. These things need to be considered, and they should have been considered a long time ago. We need to think this through. Lastly, I want to talk about, regardless of what ordinance is eventually adopted, this fear of litigation is ridiculous. I've gone back and forth. A lot of people have read my positions on Nextdoor on this. I'm not going to willy-nilly say, oh, let's fight them all. We don't care. I'm a trial lawyer with a lot of experience. I've been trying cases to success for over 25 years. I know how to evaluate a case, I know how to try a case, and I know how to look at the risks and losses. One thing I do know, though, is regardless of the risks, regardless of the potential costs, our safety has no cost. It has no budget, and it should not have a ceiling. If that means going to the mat to fight, that's what we need to do. It's not a matter of how much it costs or being afraid. we need to protect, we need to be smart, and we need to do it right, and you folks simply aren't doing that. There needs to be a change is what there needs to be.
Next up is Jim Gamble. And after that, Chuck Blazer.
Jim Gamble again. Like Brian and like a lot of these other people said, this buffer business is ridiculous. It should be 1,500.
Speaking to the
It should
mic,
be
please.
1,500 or 2,000 feet, and do, you know, if you're going to regulate it, regulate the hell out of it. Then do a de facto ban if you need to. Before it was 1,000, now it's not 1,000. So let's make it 2,000. I think that's a great number. Julie, you don't think we should have an outright ban. So I don't understand that when most people here think we should. But you're supposed to represent us, and you, I like all your next door stuff. It's a kick. I got banned after responding to your little malarkey stuff that you've been sitting back and just all of a sudden starts pontificating and tell us all the great things you've done. Do a great thing here. This will be your crowning achievement, okay? And then you can retire and you have lots of volunteer hours freed up. So make this thing 2,000 plus, 5 miles, I don't give a damn, but make it so that it works, okay? I had a bunch of other stuff on here, but, you know, people are pissed off, so fix it. I'd also like to know, you know, what Mr. Wolf thinks about this too, if he's got a moment. Thank you.
Next up is Glenn Miller, and after that, Jason Kirkham.
As I introduced myself before, my name is Chuck Blazer. I live in the city of Clayton, and I do work that deals with these houses quite a bit. I was able to go to the Planning Commission, and after we got done talking to them, they made a great call to let's do more about this. I thought there might be like some sort of town hall meeting so we could all get together and talk, but instead there was a council meeting where it seems like you guys didn't listen to anything that was said. Then the Clayton Pioneer came out, and Mayor, at the end of the article you said, the citizens just don't understand. I'm here to tell you, you don't understand. When that house moves in next door to you, or next door to some of these people, and the syringes and the baggies show up because of the drug use that goes on day and night, it's going to be worth a lawsuit to fight it. When you find those rooms in the back of the house that are turned into brothels, and Johns are coming day and night, it's going to be worth it to fight it with a lawsuit. When you have parolees stealing all the mail from the community and all their neighbors, and when you hit the house, you find it all piled in the living room, every neighbor, it's going to be worth it for a lawsuit. When you go in the garage and all the property that's been stolen from the neighborhood is sitting in there, toys, tools, memorabilia, it's going to be worth it for a lawsuit. And then the best part about all this is when you go to the DA's office and say, hey, look at what I found in this parolee's house, and they go, well, which one do we put it on? We can't, because it's in the living room. It's none of theirs. So unlike the parolees we have in Clayton right now, who live in a family house or their home or have some sort of anchor to Clayton, I'm telling you right now, these guys have no anchor to Clayton. They will have no remorse whatsoever for what they destroy in your community. But, being that I think nobody's listening to me right now, and you've already made up your mind that you're going to put some sort of barrier on this thing, I'm going to tell you one other thing. You got a staff over here that doesn't do real good research. Because they said, hold on, please. Because they sat here and said, there's no government code that talks about a number. We got 500, we got 683. No, there is a penal code that talks about a safe zone from school. And it's 1,500 feet, and that is a government code. So if you're going to use something that you think you can beat in a lawsuit, why not use a code that the state of California has already offered you if you think it's not worth the lawsuit? Thanks, guys.
Next up is Glenn Miller, and after that, Jason Kirkham. Glenn, are you still here?
I filled out a card for number 8.
Number 8. Here for the
Right.
That's okay.
Jason Kirkham then. And after that will be, looks like Michael Gibson.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and city management. I'm not adept at speaking in front of an audience about matters like this, so please forgive me if I sound like I'm repeating as an echo many of the things that other people have already said before me. But I am personally offended by the selection process that has been used regarding the subject areas for relocation of the parolees. And I can't help but feel like it's a not in my backyard circumstance, even if it's just naturally baked in. And that's with respect to the fact that I live in a condominium home on Coyote Circle. And as soon as I found that high density or multifamily homes were targeted for this, the first thing that I think of is where I grew up in an apartment downtown Concord. And that's not where I live. My family resides in target area number 1, and my family is my wife and 2 young children. I happen to work away from home. I work for extended periods of time on a drill ship at sea in the Gulf of Mexico. And when I'm gone for 3 weeks, my wife is alone holding down the fort. So I don't really consider our residence a multifamily dwelling, though it is. I know it's a condominium townhome, but I feel that that's my home. I pay for it. I bought it. I am just like any other citizen in this community, so I ask myself, why? Why us? Why are we singled out? And I'm concerned, of course, about safety like everybody else. And I'd also like to rouse your sense of realism regarding the fact that, I am a taxpayer. I have a vested interest in the value of my property, but more so I'm interested in the safety of our community at large. And I'm going to close this out at the end with an anecdote that'll show you why I'm concerned. I also would like you to consider that stringent rules be applied to home use, including the right of refusal, specific ordinances and bans that are restrictive, so restrictive that they deter the use of the homes in this area. And unlike in Hesperia, I think we can not have a parallel to that, but we could say that this area is a lot smaller, and it's not the same case as a place that has a 94,000 population. The scope is much smaller, and the criticality is a lot higher, I would argue. So I'm also concerned about the nature of criminal backgrounds. A lot of the reason why we have this case to deal with in the first place is because the nature of crimes has been redefined in recent years. A lot of crimes have been lowered down in their scale, so that we have people who are maybe a date rape offender is now just a low-level offender and they're out in public. And as other people have described earlier, you could abuse a 2-year-old child and you could still be in our community and considered a low-level offender. And finally, I'm going to leave it with this. I'm going to say that when I was 17 years old, I graduated from high school here in Concord. I went door to door selling newspaper subscriptions that summer of 1991, and I came across a parolee. And that parolee was the person who kidnapped J.C. Dugard. And I happened to be standing on the front lawn of the house at the time that he had her in his backyard. It occurred to me when I saw the news story, and I put 2 and 2 together, that house off of Wilbur Avenue was the same place where that guy had purposely walked me out to the front of his house to have me go away from his house, and he kept looking over my shoulder. Well, he was visited by his parole officer several times, and that guy resides amidst everybody else. But look who he had in his backyard at that time. Thank you.
Michael Gibson. Looks like Howard Keller will be after that.
Good evening. My name is Michael Gibson. I live on Keller Ridge. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I'm a senior analyst for the Deloitte Consulting. My current assignment was the Department of Homeland Security, United States Coast Guard. I work at the Federal Building in Oakland, and my current assignment also includes that I'm a data forensic analyst. I also volunteer.
Speaking to the mic.
Data forensic analyst. I'm a volunteer for Concord Police Department as a background investigator, and I'm also an appellate adjudicator. I also execute special assignments for the Contra Costa Sheriff's Office, and I'm a member of the Sheriff's Posse. Everyone here has pretty much touched on everything I want to talk about, except for a couple of things which I'll bring up. I don't know if you're familiar with the contagion and opportunity effect in our community. I would suggest highly that you look at the empirical evidence showing the high rates of recidivism in contributing to these things. I have one rhetorical question. Because research suggests that up to 1/2 of the individuals released from prison return to prison within 3 years, how and which of you members will answer to the prospective victims here in this room as to why you did not prevent this from happening when you had a chance to do so by fighting this? That's the analytical part. Each and every one of you should be fired for even considering this. Absolutely, without a doubt. Especially you, and I love the buzzwords you have, Ms. Pierce. Every one of you, if you can't get counsel to fight this, fire the counsel and get somebody else. Thank you.
Looks like the last speaker will be Joanne Welch. He's passing, letting you speak.
I'm sure a lot of you may have seen me on Nextdoor, and as prolific as I am there, Dave knows, I didn't want to get up and speak about this. In fact, I didn't come to the last meeting on this. I want to touch, after listening to everybody tonight, it really spurred me on to get up here and speak. And I think I mentioned this on Nextdoor, but again, I totally understand that people are tone deaf when they see my name. I just want to mention fear-mongering. We talked about recidivism rates, and I want to talk about fear-mongering that matters. So we know about the woman whose neck was slashed and was slaughtered on the BART platform by a parolee. I personally, my best friend from high school, there was and I can't believe I'm calling him a gentleman, who had pled down 6 times. His recidivism rate was 5 times. First time and then 5 more. And every one of them, he had great attorneys that pled him down. The 7th time, he abducted my friend and dismembered her. And to this day, there isn't a day that goes by that I don't think of her. So if you want to know why I'm so passionate, and it may seem personal at times, this is so hard for me because I know how these guys plead down. And people have said it, you have no idea what they finally get pled down to versus what it was. He even tried to plead down after he cut up my friend, and we had to find her 3 years later in pieces and parts all over. I can't tell you the fear-mongering of the legal stuff compared to the fear-mongering of a woman whose throat is cut or a person who's cut up in pieces and spread out over dumpsters. I would take my chances any day. I'll be at the bake sales. I know that these are huge, hefty potential bills, but there isn't a lot of precedent for this, and there are other council members. And we also have media. I'm in marketing communications, and I deal with executive communications and crisis management. We can use the press to our advantage on a David Goliath. This is little Clayton against, a Goliath. I'm not saying that these are easy things, but I don't think what we're asking is too much for the safety of our children, the elderly that live in our neighborhoods, for every one of us. I don't want to have another friend, and I know this sounds fear-mongering, but it's a heck of a lot higher level fear-mongering than a lawsuit. I don't want a neighbor cut up. I don't want another person on BART with a throat slashed. I don't want it. I don't want grandchildren. I don't want our safety, our property values, and our quality of life to go down the tubes. People will start leaving Clayton.
Well, I thank you for all of your input and for your patience in making sure we have another speaker. Thank you.
I'm Sally Hitchcock, and I live on Coyote Circle, and I'm in the target area of Keller Ridge. I've been here for 21 years. I'm an original owner. I live next to the golf course, so I'm not going to go into some of the major things that have already been said, but I live backing up to the golf course. At night, there is no light, period. So I'm concerned that, excuse me, I'm concerned that if someone is living in our neighborhood, it's very easily to get into the under the golf course. It's never patrolled, and it would be very easy to get into our small backyards. Our backyards consist of a patio, and that's it. So we do not have yards. So if you have, we have 2 to 3 unit bedroom units for our condos. So if you have 2-person by each bedroom, that's 4 to 6 people in a unit. That's way more people than we have as owners or renters in our neighborhood currently. So I'm concerned about the black fence being jumped, and we have 136 condos. Our association is single dwelling and condos. So then you're going to split up the people who have the single dwellings opposed to the condos. But we're in the same association. Our streets are private. We, as associations, pay for all the paving and the upkeep for our streets. Who's going to do that if damage from outsiders come in? Who's going to repair it? Council, city, homeowners are not going to do that. How about extra patrolling, either from police or towing? Who's going to pay for that? Not our association. So no one wants housing here in Clayton, except for maybe the parolees and the families maybe. But to limit it from 11,000 people to a few hundred people, that is not right.
I think we've given everyone that had a speaker card an opportunity to speak. Is that correct? Yep. Seeing one other person? Please fill out a speaker card when you're done, but for right now, you can just identify yourself.
I'm Dr. Cheryl Morgan. You guys probably, a lot of you already know me. I'm a lifetime resident of both the Clayton area and the surrounding area. And I've also sat on another agency board, just like you guys are sitting now. We've all gone through the Brown Act training. And you guys might want to take note, one of the clauses in the Brown Act training is that to avoid all appearances of conflict of interest. And on this issue, it's become pretty apparent to me, you haven't done that. You've opened yourself up to a Brown Act violation. You, first of all, do not live in the areas that are going to be affected by this. And you've made it very clear that you're picking out people of a lower income. Second, you're early adopters of a proposed ordinance of a law that's just passed. You're not waiting to see what other cities are doing. And third, you are next door to a trailer park that is closing off access to felons. There's no longer going to be felons allowed in Clayton Palms. I know the county is concerned about where they're going to house felons. I wonder, and no answer has come through yet, has the county encouraged you to do this because they need new housing for felons? Thank you.
All right, one more.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Shipp. I did not have any intention of speaking tonight, but as I'm sitting here, my entire life, my dream was to live in Clayton. My family, we grew up in Concord, right at the border of Clayton, and I had friends that lived in Clayton. I always wanted to live here. A year and a half ago, my husband and I bought on Coyote Circle, and that was our dream. We plan to have children, we plan to raise our children there, and I am sitting here tonight so saddened to think how our city of Clayton may be changing. When I was in college, there was a parolee house a few doors down, and a girl I went to college with, she was kidnapped and ended up being murdered. For 6 months of my life, I lived where we were unsure where this girl was, what had happened, and no one knew who had done it. My entire life changed. I couldn't walk to school. I couldn't stay out late at night. And to think that my life in Clayton may be heading in that direction. Every night when I get home from work, I work very late hours. I'm a teacher at Diablo Valley College. I walk at night by myself. My life is going to change if these parolees come to my court. I just beg of you to please think this through. I love walking down the streets of Clayton and seeing the police drive by because there's no crime. They can circle up and down Clayton Road and they wave to me. My dad is a retired San Francisco police officer. He encouraged me to come to Clayton because of the safety. We don't have the police in Clayton that are going to be able to patrol the area if we have these parolees. Thank you.
One more, I see. Again, identify yourself, please.
Sure. My name is Anthony Demas, and I live in Easley Estates here in Clayton. And if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe council pointed out that another city, don't remember the name of the city, had a ban that some of the folks here are asking for, and it cost them about $500,000 in legal fees that they had to pay to the ACLU and the opposing attorneys, and assumed that approximately the same amount of money would be paid in their own legal defense. That's about $1 million. I think the people who live in these neighborhoods, when you accumulate the loss of value of their properties, it's going to be a lot more than $1 million. It's about $350 per house for all the houses that we have in Clayton. So you might want to consider it more economical, perhaps, to litigate this if we do get sued, than it would be to have these people lose that much more than that in property value. Thank you.
All right.
This is just a question. My biggest concern in regard of infrastructure of Clayton.
Excuse me. You did exceed your 3 minutes earlier. I want you to keep this very brief. I will let you ask a question.
My biggest question is about infrastructure of Clayton, because from what I know, parole is required, drug addiction center, also employee agency, and also a lot of them required psychological help. Are we going to spend money in Clayton for building all those facilities? Because in order to them to find the closest facility, they will have to travel to other cities, which actually the whole purpose of having parole housing actually to be able to rehabilitate rather than find the only position available here, a cup of joe, full part-time.
We'll address that as well.
So that's my question.
Is that another speaker card for this issue or another?
These are the ones more.
Oh, okay.
I did use all my 3 minutes. Can I just ask one question?
Well, I don't want to really open it back up to everyone having a second run at this, but one question?
Yeah, I can ask it really quick. I think it's an important one.
I'll ask you to honor that promise.
I will. Concerning the fiscal impact, Ms. Gentry, when I asked her about that initially, said that it was nil. And so with all these other people coming up here and talking about the cost on the infrastructure and the impacts to the neighborhoods and all of the other apparatus there, I just thought that it should be on public record that Ms. Gentry did say there was no added police cost on that. So
Okay. That was, I'm sure, taken out of context a bit, but she's not here. She'll be at the next meeting. She's not here to provide clarification on that, but we'll address that as well. All right. Well, I think we've given everyone an opportunity then to address the council. This was the public hearing portion of this issue. It's now going to come up to the council for discussion and any questions we may have at this time also of staff before we take any action this evening. So thank you very much for your comments, and I'll bring it back up to the council now.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, are you closing the public hearing?
I am closing the public hearing, yes. So I'll start with you, Tuya, if you have comments.
Sure.
We'll decide on that based on our discussion. There may be changes.
And then it'll be privately done.
No, it'll be an open session.
So we can stay.
Yeah, certainly.
So my notes are kind of all over the board right now, so I'll kind of go through some of my thoughts as I was listening to the different speakers. I think I want to start with just by noting that, this is not an issue that we brought or introduced. This is really an issue that we are dealing with. There was a Supreme Court decision. There was a decision by Sacramento to essentially, and then there was a proposition to relabel different felons. All of this is pressure from the top towards all the cities in the state of California, not just Clayton, not just Contra Costa, not all of the city. So this is not a situation that's unique to Clayton. Every single city in California has to deal with them, and most cities have dealt with this. The different.
Excuse me, this is time for council discussion. Everyone had an opportunity earlier.
So a lot of other cities are bigger cities that they already had group housing ordinances. And when AB 109 passed, when Prop 47 passed, they already regulated group housing one way or another. We did not. We don't have group housing legislation the same way. We're silent on parallel housing. Some of the other cities can rely on some of the existing regulations, and some of the other cities have taken action. So it's not accurate to say that we're the third city to deal with it. That's simply not true. In the last report, in the last hearing in July, staff had gone through a lot of our neighboring jurisdictions to see how they regulated and if they regulated. I think Lafayette was the only city that does not currently regulate it. I think Lafayette is the only one where parallel housing could come in anywhere without any notice, without any permit. Every other city around us regulates it in some way. And there is no other city that I'm aware of that I think staff came up in the report that has proposed a ban. So when we look at Pleasant Hill, then this is all in the staff report. And I want to go through this because I think there was some comments about how we're proposing to do something that no other city has done, and that's simply not true. So Pleasant Hill regulates these and requires a conditional use permit in all zoning designations. There are no buffer zones in Pleasant Hill. So what we would be doing if we're requiring a conditional use permit and we're including buffers, we would be more restricted. Let's not address, and they don't even have the buffers. Walnut Creek, they prohibit in single family and duplex zoning designations. They require conditional use in multifamily designations. They don't have any buffers. Danville, they allow it based on size. If it's 6 or fewer units, it's permitted as of right. No notice, no permit. If it's 7 or more, it requires a conditional use. There are no buffer zones. If it's Lafayette, it is unregulated and permitted by right in all residential districts. There's no buffers, and there's not even a permit. You don't get a notice. What we had in front of us last month was to require a conditional use permit and to include buffer zones. Lafayette, as of right, and no buffers. Concord, prohibited in single-family districts, and in medium density and high density residential districts requires a conditional use. No buffer zones. Oakley, I assume they're a newer city. I assume that they didn't have already enough in their group housing ordinances to catch this. So they did adopt specific regulation that specifically says parallel housing. So they do regulate it, like the other cities. They restrict it to multifamily zoning districts only. They require a use permit, and they do have a buffer zone. Oakley also is 4 times the size of Clayton. They're 16 acres in size. We're about 4 acres in size. So when they talk about a 1,000-foot radius, and when you draw those 1,000-foot bubbles in a 16 square mile city, you're leaving a whole lot more land than when you draw those 1,000-foot or whatever those circles are. In our city, that's only 4 square miles. Pittsburgh, not permitted in single-family zoning districts, allowed in multifamily zoning districts, requires a conditional use permit. No buffer zones. Antioch, allowed in industrial zoning districts, requires a use permit. We don't have industrial zoning districts. They do, they're a bigger city. And I think that's all that we had. But that's the examination of nearby cities. They do address this one way. We're not the third city or the only city that's bringing this up, and we did not bring this in front of us.
So we need to look at smaller cities like Alamo.
Let me.
She's still finishing.
So there was another comment about, okay, well, let's pick up some of the radiuses from other types of laws. I think one commenter mentioned 2,000-foot radius that applies to sex offenders from Jessica's law. The California Supreme Court has since eliminated that buffer because it ruled it to be unconstitutional. It doesn't apply anymore. It applied for a couple of years, no longer. I think there was another commenter that mentioned the 1,500-foot radius from the penal code. I think that exists in a government code. It applies in a different context. And in this context, when we talk about whatever that radius should be, we're talking about whether we're doing a ban by creating a de facto ban or not. So that's the thing, but let me go back. So here's my concern about the lawsuit aspect. And I'm a lawyer, I'm a land use lawyer. So I do this for a living, and I've been very fortunate to do my career without too much litigation, so I actually think that's a good thing. But I'm not afraid of litigation, but here's my concern about it. Yes, there are costs involved, and we're not a big city. Our general fund budget is about $4.5 million. There's not a whole lot to take out of there, and I'm concerned our police forces are about 50% of that budget. I'm not willing to sacrifice $2.5 million of police budget to pay for a lawsuit. That's not very appealing. But here's my bigger concern. Let's rationalize the cost, whatever that is, $500,000, $1 million, we'll somehow collect the money, we'll pay the funds. What's the outcome of that lawsuit? We're assuming that we're going to prevail. If anybody, we saw what happened with the city of Hesperia. They didn't prevail, they didn't go through it. They ended up paying for their cost, and at the end of it, they ended up repealing their ordinance. They ended up in that first scenario where it was permitted everywhere in the city without any regulation. I don't want to be in that position. I don't want a judge to tell us, judge who doesn't live in Clayton, who doesn't know Clayton, to tell us what kind of regulations we have. We have the ability to control our land use, but we don't if we give it up to courts. That's my bigger concern.
Did you call Newport Beach?
Let me finish my thoughts. There are 2 cities that adopted bans before AB 109. You can rat them out to ACLU if you want to. I wonder how much. I don't know.
Excuse me, we all respected the public hearing process. Now it's at the council level.
So here's my point. My concern with litigation is definitely the cost, because I think that could take away from our resources where we need them and where we could use them, but it's more so the outcome. And we can all imagine if every single city in California prohibited parallel housing, then what's the state going to do? They're going to put in place some other regulations that requires it, and they're no longer going to ask from us. So the point is, what I wanted yes, litigation may be appropriate in some instances, but I think it's appropriate when you think you're going to prevail, when you think you're going to win, and when there's no other options. So let's talk about the other option. What we proposed to do last time was to create restrictive regulation, more restricted than all those other cities pretty much that I just mentioned. So I want to talk about what a CU means. One of those, we're not today here approving any single parallel home. We're approving an ordinance that would allow and create a process by which that could be potentially possible. There's not a single parallel home in front of us right now asking to go into any single house. If there was a proposal to put a parallel home in any particular house within those areas, wherever that would be possible, it would have to be noticed. So all those people, whether they're in 500-foot radius or whatever that radius is, would get noticed. There would be a hearing at the Planning Commission. Can you imagine what that Planning Commission hearing would look like? How many people would show up and voice their opinions? At the end of that Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission would have to make a decision. There are findings in the conditional use ordinance to begin with. This particular ordinance would impose additional requirements and criteria. The Planning Commission would have to make all those findings and at the end of it either approve it with conditions, or it could deny it. So we're not approving a single parallel home today. We're just talking about the process. So in my view is that there are other options, that this can be regulated just like every other city has done. And I'm concerned, do the other cities not care about their citizens? I think they chose to do the regulated path because they didn't want to create a lawsuit and have a judge decide how their land use regulations are going to be. That's one of my concerns and feelings. What else might I have? Maybe I'll just leave it with that and let others speak for a few moments.
Let me go to the other side. Jim?
I'm not ready to vote on this tonight, but I think we need a lot more work done on this. And after listening to what... Now, I'm not looking for applause. That's the last thing I need.
Jim, address the council.
I'm going to address the council. I just want to let them know. But I think we need to do a lot more work on this. In fact, I'm now inclined of if moving this buffer zone out creates de facto banning, then let's test it, is my opinion at this point, and I want to see what that means. I'm not ready to vote on this particular proposed ordinance at this time.
What additional information or questions or suggestions?
Push it out to 1,500 to 2,000 square feet or 2,000 feet and see what the impact is. If it eliminates all of the potential places to put it in, so be it.
Yeah. All right. Julie?
I'm not ready to talk to it yet.
You're not?
Let somebody else talk for a second. I'm still making some notes.
All right. First of all, I do appreciate those of you that recognize that we're humans up here and we have a very difficult choice. This sucks. Sucks to be up here now. Okay? It's nice when we get to ride in a parade and everybody waves. But we're elected to make hard decisions, good and bad, depending on who you are. Okay? You can never please 100% of the people 100% of the time. In the 16 years that I've been on this council, we have, on multiple occasions, carefully looked at regulations and issues and tried to make a determination on whether or not it was worth the fight. Okay? I wish I could remember a few of them now, but my memory is bad. But I specifically remember on occasion saying, hey, this is one where we're willing to fight it if we need to because we know we're going to prevail. Okay? The cost benefit is not just the cost, but it's what happens if we win, what happens if we lose. Okay? By the way, I'm a lawyer for 25 years. I'm a litigator. I try cases. Okay? I've worked for the city of Oakland in cases that they have. So I'm very familiar with this, and I've been doing this for 16 years here. We have waited. We've made that decision. It is sometimes a decision, well, almost all the time where there's a difficult situation on something imposed from the state. We have chosen to not be the guinea pig that sticks his neck out to get it chopped off. We've chosen to let the bigger cities fight those battles. Walnut Creek and Los Angeles, San Diego, those cities have the resources to fight battles with the state, and they have. The redevelopment agency, when Brown took all of that away from us, that was a tremendous loss for us. And we had the ability to say, oh, well, you know, let's fight this. And we decided we can't fight this because it's going to bankrupt us to fight it. And even if we win, they're going to find another way to take it. Let the other cities fight it. And the other cities did fight it, and they lost. Okay? So it happens. So let's take a look at this situation here. And this is where I'm really, unfortunately, pessimistic on fighting it to fight it. Okay? And that is this. The Supreme Court has already ruled on the overcrowding. The state has said we need to do this certain thing to get rid of our overcrowded prisons. They've got to put those people somewhere. Well, that somewhere is either counties or cities, or both. If every city was like Clayton and said, not me, then what's going to happen? The state is going to enact legislation to take it out of everybody's control. So whereas Lafayette, Alamo, and Orinda, and all those people in every city has enacted their own ordinances, the state's going to say, too bad, you blew it, we're now taking it out of your hands, and it's by right now, and it goes back to here. We can put it anywhere we damn well please, and we don't have to give you notice, okay? And I guess every single one of us here is going to say, I'd rather know if there's a parolee next to me than not, okay? And I'd rather regulate it and carefully do the use permit so that if they violate it, we can revoke that use permit, okay? So the state is not going to sit idly by and let cities thumb their nose at their pass downs to us. Mr. Juan, I hear what you say on mandates, but the reality is they are there and they will be passed down to us. So what happens? We decide we're going to enter into a ban or a de facto ban. And Jim, 1,500 and 2,000 is a de facto ban by my rough calculations that I did yesterday because I kind of took it out and looked at it. And the problem with that is, okay, we fight. We fight the state. We fight the ACLU. We fight everybody else. I don't think we can win because the Supreme Court has already ruled on prison overcrowding. The state has already indicated that there is a specific need and an interest that they have. So I think the reality is we probably lose a legal battle because what's the end result? A court's going to look at this and say, yes, we're going to let Clayton ban all parolee housing. Okay, well then Concord then quickly bans all parolee housing and it goes and everybody bans it and the state goes, gee, I don't know why Nevada won't take all our parolees. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to enact legislation and we're going to take away your right. Okay? That's, I think, our best case. We win, but we lose because the state says, ooh, we don't like that loss. We're going to take it out of your hands. Okay? The state has proven that it will do that. Cannabis is now legal in California. Cities have tried to enact regulations against the use of it, and that state took away our right to do anything about that. It's now there. There are accessory dwelling unit litigation where the state has taken away the city's rights to regulate. This is what Tuya was talking about. If we don't regulate it ourselves and try and make lemonade out of lemons and narrowly do it so that it really doesn't ever effectively happen, but we can say that it has the opportunity to happen, then they're going to take it away from us. And then we're stuck with this, and all of you will be sitting here going, why did you let this happen? Okay? So this is a tough decision that we've thought carefully on, and I've thought carefully on. I know the rest of the council has.
How about a dead child's parent when they say, how does
excuse me, we're still talking. Show some respect and not interrupt.
Jim, I'm going to answer that, and that is this. Parolees in other cities commit crimes. Parolees in our city, if they come, which I'm not sure they will, can commit crimes. We can't do anything. Everybody needs to be mad at the state for the prison overcrowding and trying to push this down, okay? I get that it's personal, and I have 5 children, okay? I don't want parolees next to me. I don't want parolees in Clayton. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out the best way to make it not happen, okay? So, okay, Jim, I did answer your one question. Just let me finish, please. So let's say we win, the state then takes away our right. If we lose, we're back to the city of Hesperia, okay? And that is, we lose, it's imposed upon us, and we've just lost all that money for nothing, okay? The way I look at it, the way I analyze it as a litigator is, if we win, we lose. If we lose, we lose big, okay? So that's not an option from the city, because that doesn't make any sense to throw good money after bad. So now we have to figure out the best way to go about narrowly defining it, not a de facto ban, but an effective ban, an effective deterrent. And not many people touched on it here, was touched on last meeting. If you can buy a home here or rent a home here for parolees for $3,000 a month, but you could go to Concord and you could do it for 1/3 of the price and house twice as many people in there, and you don't have as restrictive a use permit, where are you going to go? Market forces will drive that. Now, what also happens is we've given potentially very limited options. They are still options, they are still opportunities, but nobody in that community has to sell their home or has to rent their home in that. We're not forcing that, okay? They would still have to go through the use permit process. I get people's, well, it's my house, I'm on Coyote. I get that, okay? Staff picked the multifamily because if we chose the single family, and by the way, almost every city that's regulated has regulated it through the multifamily. But if we chose the single family option, that's actually giving more opportunities for felons to come in because it's more houses. So we're trying to restrict the number of houses, okay? And those of you in Coyote Circle, you don't want to hear that because it's your circle. I get that, okay? But if you have an opportunity to buy 2,000 homes that can be parolee housing versus a couple of hundred, okay, that's restricting, ineffectively restricting your ability to do parolee housing. Then you go in and you have the permit process and the restrictions there. Is it perfect? No. Does it give us the opportunity to have parolees in town? Yes. By the way, how many have looked at Megan's Law recently? There are four Megan's Law people who live in town, okay? We can't do anything about that, okay? That's just the fact of life in America and pushing it down. We've got parolees, we've got Megan's Law people, we've got that. We don't have the resources to fight the battle as a small little city and say, not us. Because the end result is they will say, doesn't matter what the court says, we're now going to regulate it this way and take away our right. So, that being said, I have listened to people, both on Nextdoor, some good, some bad, some ugly. I have listened to people on the street. I have listened on emails, and I've had conversations at Safeway, okay? I've had lots of conversations with staff and spent many hours doing it. What the council did last time in saying, hey, okay, let's look at the additional buffer. What does that do? The difference between $750 and $1,000 is the same opportunity. So let's go with $1,000. That reduces the opportunity of the homes that are there, and it restricts it as best as we can. I don't see a way around doing that. I'm not willing to put this city at risk for bankruptcy in costly litigation that we will lose. And I've made that determination based upon my experience and in talking to our council and in talking to others. I just don't think that's a viable option. I hear you. I'm frustrated with you. But I'm trying to do the best thing for the city. And you can agree with that or not. We all agree we don't want parolee housing. We disagree on how to go about preventing it. So that's my thoughts right now.
Julie?
Sure. I too have read a lot of the comments on Nextdoor and frankly got to a point where I turned it off. A lot of the discourse was more than a little distasteful. I've also talked to well over 100 of our local residents who believe very strongly that we have to regulate this as far as we can and as tight as we can to discourage it, because literally none of us want this to come to Clayton. Nobody wants parolee housing in Clayton. What we disagree about is how to make it stay out of Clayton. And I asked at the last meeting to have these additional maps to show us how far we can go without imposing a virtual ban. We got those maps. I do have a question of staff, and I honestly do not know the answer to this. I was not aware that there was a pocket park in the area of Keller Ridge, and I don't know whether it classifies as a park. I'm sorry. A public meeting process is one where you get to have your say and then we get to have our say, and it's not a dialogue back and forth.
So,
sorry.
So what's the?
So I need to ask staff a question about whether that's a legal park or not. And I don't know the answer.
Presently, as written, the ordinance calls for public parks as a sensitive site, not private parks.
That's the definition difference. Okay. Okay. That is unfortunate in some ways and not in others. So I think after seeing the maps, I am convinced that a 1,000-foot buffer and notice still allows us technically 2 locations within town. I think what it also does, if we strengthen the noticing process to not only include that 1,000-foot buffer, but a notice area, it allows us to make probably as much noise as we possibly can about this. And what we do know is that these folks want to fly under the radar. They don't want to be known. They don't want it to be public that they're there. And the more public we can make this process, the more transparent it can be, the more notices that have to be published in the newspaper before a hearing takes place, the more we require, and as proposed, it does require that the owner of the property must be a signatory to the use permit application. Now, if you really think about that, how many people in our town are going to be willing to sign a use permit application for this kind of a use? I can't even imagine. I mean, unless there's some totally absentee landowner and they're going to be reviled by every neighbor and everyone in town for signing that use permit application. I mean, I really think that is a huge disincentive for anyone. I mean, not one of you would sign to allow your home to be used that way. None of you would. And so I think where we are at is making this as public a process, requiring the sign off by the owner, making it a very uncomfortable process for these applicants. Local control is what we're fighting for here. There are cities in this county that have not dealt with this. There is a city that I know of, when they found out what we were dealing with, said, oh my God, we haven't touched it. We don't have a definition for this. I searched their municipal code. They don't. They're a town very much like us. They're fairly small. They're obviously bigger than we are because we're the smallest town in the county. Somebody asked about the city of Alamo. City of Alamo is in the unincorporated county. They're under the county rules. So they don't have a choice at all. We are an incorporated town. We can determine our destiny. And fighting for local control is what I do every day on many of the other boards that we're on, whether it's with transportation boards or on the regional board at ABAG. One of the reasons I was elected president twice is because I have led the charge forever to make sure that small towns, all towns, maintain local control, and we try to fight the state every time they take that away. We're not always successful. They mandate stuff like this to push these things down onto local jurisdictions. So we've got to fight them. And the way we fight them is to make it so uncomfortable and so nasty for these people to come to Clayton that they're going to go somewhere else that is totally unregulated. And there are jurisdictions with far less regulations and some with none. They won't come to Clayton. They won't want to. We don't have transportation that they require. We don't have social services that they require. We don't have a lot of other things that they require. And unless I'm grossly mistaken, these are supposed to be parolees that had originally come from the city of Clayton or very nearby, not just anywhere. Is that not correct? I'm asking my staff.
Yeah, I think that was probably the intent, but I think the reality is that is not going to be.
That's what we're afraid of. So we need to make it as public as possible so that these homes will go somewhere else. So I am willing, if someone wants to make a motion, to go with 1,000-foot notice and buffer and require the homeowner to have to sign off on this. And then I'm going to count on everyone in this room to come to those publicly noticed meetings and raise holy hell to drive them out.
All right. I've listened to my fellow council members. I do have a question, though, that's just come up because of the private park example. So it's a question to staff, really, if we can expand our park definition to include not only public parks, but private parks as well.
If we were to do that, we would need to relook at the maps and figure out how many actually locations we would have within the city. When we analyzed it, it was only for public parks.
We'd have a de facto ban.
Well,
I'm concerned we would have a de facto ban if a lot of the private parks and HOAs were included. But we would have to look at that to confirm.
well, with the understanding that the concept should still apply if it's a park being used in that manner. But we don't know for sure if that would result in a de facto ban to take us back to that position where we would not be expected to prevail if we tried to defend that.
Correct.
But we don't know for sure.
Well, sure we do.
Well,
because if that's a de facto ban there, that takes away an opportunity site.
It takes away the
If
whole,
we know there's
whole
one
complex.
in the Keller Ridge
Then we're down to
property,
one.
then we're down to one, and then I don't know if there's more in that area that would create zero.
We're not going to go higher.
Correct. We would only go lower. If we already know there's a park in the Keller Ridge, a private park in the Keller Ridge.
well, what I wanted to address really, we had a couple of comments made that I thought the council need to be reminded, and that's first off, it was questioned why we didn't take action earlier. And as soon as we became aware that we were exposed, and it was because of a call that was received on whether or not there were restrictions against parolee housing, alerted us that we needed to be able to address that. The particular nonprofit that was looking for a community to locate did find one much more attractive, and we have to believe that's based in some part on market values that would still apply. They'd have to look at a piece of property they could afford to start with, and then look at any potential restrictions. So I think market factors would still be a detriment as far as anyone looking to place parolee housing in Clayton. But looking at the three options that we looked at many different options, and staff looked, and legal looked at many different options. And by the way, our legal counsel belongs to a large firm with many different attorneys represented all throughout California, very aware of how this is being applied. And no other city in Contra Costa County has advised their counsel to go ahead and implement an outright ban because of the same legal advice. You'd be opening yourself up to exposure, and the expectation was you would not prevail, and that would be probably not good use of public funds. So we're looking at, it boils down to three options. We either take no action when our moratorium expires, and by the way, that moratorium was the action that the council did take to prevent any potential parolee housing coming into Clayton until we did have a chance to look around at any other city in the county to see what action they were going to be taking as this became more and more aware of what the state was attempting to do by pushing it down to county. So we did take a wait and see attitude, and the only way we could do that was to place an immediate moratorium, which acts like a ban, so no one can come in. So we took that to the maximum, and that maximum moratorium expires. So we're compelled to take action if we want to protect Clayton. If we take no action, it is wide open, and we go to this map that shows someone could come in with no permit required, no hearing required. You could wake up next door in a single-family home to someone renting out their home to parolee housing. That's not what any of us want. So we didn't like that option of taking no action. The other action was to ban it outright, which a number of you have strongly recommended. And you've heard the reaction of all legal counsel in the county is to advise against that as not a good use of your resources. And we do have a fund for approximately 1 year of expenses to cover our basic expenses here in Clayton that we're keeping in reserve so that we never are faced with having to reduce our basic services. We want to try to protect that reserve fund and not use it for litigation that we're being told we should not expect to prevail. So that's why we don't think an outright ban is a good solution. We also think, as was mentioned, if we did happen to place an outright ban and it was litigated and we prevailed, that would defeat the state's purpose of pushing out more and more parolees down to the county for the counties to deal with it, and ultimately to the cities. And the state would come up with a real quick solution to allow them to still achieve their outplacement of these parolees. And the parolees they're talking about are the lowest level parolees that provide the lowest risk to their community. So that's what they're talking about. It's 5% of the parolees is one analysis I read. So we are talking about the low risk parolees being pushed down to the county level. But even so, we don't like the idea of parolees coming into the city. So how do we discourage that? What's the best mechanism available to us? So if we don't think a ban is a good use of our resources, and we would not actually be able to protect us for very long if we did that, the next best alternative is to create the most restrictive regulations we can do. And what's being proposed would be the most restrictive regulations of any city in the county. And we're trying to discourage, again, from even being considered as a location for parolee housing. And we do that by making it a requirement that they have to get a permit, they have to go through the hearing process, the owner has to be involved in making that decision. We have to place them in as few places in town as possible. That's why the planning staff came back with multifamily housing, because to leave it unrestricted to even single family would allow that housing anywhere in Clayton. So we want to make it as restrictive as possible to reduce the number of opportunities where they could even consider putting that home. And in Clayton, as we all know, the property values are high. You can look at other locations that don't have as restrictive of regulations and much more easier to purchase property or to rent property, where they can make their dollars go further for their nonprofits to place parolees. That's going to be much more attractive for placing the parolees, because they're going to continue to be pushed out of the state prisons. So we know it's a problem we need to deal with, and we're trying to do this in an intelligent way up front, because before it becomes a problem for Clayton. So as far as the cost of social services, that's something that the county is dealing with. They're responsible for monitoring these parolees if they are released to the county's supervision. They're still responsible for monitoring that, which includes the social services that would have to be done to monitor how well they're doing in the community, and if they're working out, or if they need to go back into state prison. So that's the best that we can hope for, is that they're going to be monitored closely if they even come to Clayton. And again, we're trying to make this so restrictive that we're certainly not an attractive location. So we've got the cost of property. We're not close to mass transit, which a placement service from the county would look to. Where's the best place to place a parolee? You want it to where they can get around easily and use the bus system and mass transit, the BART. We're as far as you can get away in the county almost from those locations. So it would not be attractive for that. Also for their social services, to keep their appointments with their counselors. Again, they have to rely on that type of transportation. So we're looking at making this, again, not attractive even to social services on placing parolees in our location. So in looking at all of those options and seeing that when a nonprofit did look at Clayton, when there were no restrictions, it went elsewhere. We want that type of reaction to continue and to be strengthened. So when they look here, they think very quickly, we need to look elsewhere. It's going to be expensive. We'd have to go through a public hearing process. We probably won't find an owner willing to rent us their property or sell us their property for this type of use. We're going to go elsewhere, and that's what they're doing. The examples of Antioch and Oakley, because they're so much larger than Clayton, by putting in the 1,000-foot restriction, still allows enough locations for parolees to be placed in housing in those locations, and they're more inexpensive than Clayton would be. So I do think the 1,000-foot restriction, getting down to the minimum probably of 2, would be defendable and would be something that would still discourage anyone from looking at Clayton. We need to expand the hearing process as well, so as many people as possible, if someone does consider coming to Clayton, be notified so they can participate in the hearing process and raise as many objections for the Planning Commission and ultimately the council to consider before they approve that permit. Again, you make this as public as possible, and you create the reaction from the potential buyer of that property, that they don't want to face that neighborhood reaction. We think all of those are built-in restrictions to Clayton being considered, and it's going to be something that we can maintain long-term without putting any public funds at risk. The council, for many, many years, has been able to protect our basic services. We haven't found ourselves in a position where we've had to restrict those services. We've certainly never approached bankruptcy, as many other cities did when the economy took a downturn. We never want to be faced with that risk. So we're trying to do what we feel is the best long-term planning for Clayton. It still feels as though that's the best solution. And I think if we expand the buffer and the hearing process, that gets more of our community involved. If, for some reason, something changes and we do appear as an attractive location, which again, we're trying to discourage as much as possible. But if some agency even looks at Clayton, they're going to be exposed to that usage very quickly. So I also think that expanding to the 1,000-foot buffer and hearing process and all the other restrictions I've discussed tonight would be an effective deterrent and would be the best long-term solution to protect our homeowners here in Clayton. Tuya?
Let me address something that came up earlier and also kind of conclude my comments. So I think, Jim, you mentioned that not ready to vote today. I don't think that's an option for us. The moratorium will expire on October 3rd. We need 2 hearings and 30 days for an ordinance to become effective. If we don't do something today, October 4th comes along and you could have a parallel housing next to any one of us, anybody, anywhere. So I don't think I think we need to figure this out tonight and come to some conclusion. And then, so let me kind of bring it back. All of us here live in this same community as well. I work in downtown San Francisco, but this is the place where I choose to raise my kids. I have 2 kids, school-age kids in this community. There was one resident who talked to, there were a number of residents that talked to me about the parallel housing recently, but one who mentioned to me over the weekend, who's another mom, and she said, show me a mom in Clayton who doesn't care about safety. So that's not the question here. I mean, I think all of us are concerned about safety. This is the same council that adopted the moratorium 2 years ago, but we can't extend the moratorium anymore. That's just the way it is. So in terms of kind of what has come up already, personally, I'm not interested in spending, whether it's $100,000 or $1 million on trial attorneys' costs, if the outcome is that we end up either repealing that ordinance and end up it's permitted everywhere without notice, or we end up in a scenario that eventually state will overrule us. So bottom line is we would end up in a worse position having spent the money, having to then figure out how do we pay for our police services and other services. So that's not an option that I think is in our best interest. And then the fact that there are still cities around us and elsewhere in the state that do principally permit this use in some of their zoning districts. Some of them require conditional uses, but there are still areas. If you were an applicant, why would you want to come to a city and go through a conditional use process if you can still find and be able to put that use into a principally permitted location? I think there's a difference. I don't think anybody would want to undergo a discretionary conditional use process if you have an alternative. So the last thing is, we've talked a lot about this regulation in terms of what the radius should be and kind of what the location is. If you look at the ordinance that's in the package, it does regulate a whole lot of other things too. It's not just location. When we talk about creativity and whatnot, there are other things that are required from a parolee home. There are other things that the Planning Commission will need to look at. So it's not just the location, there are other factors. And then, so I think the bottom line is we're not able to control what Sacramento does. If they pass AB 109 or any other law, they pass the law. They're not going to come ask us what we think about it. We also don't control what the counties do or what the courts do, but we can control our land use regulations. However, those powers are not absolute. So it is up to us to create and regulate our land use in a way that is still legally defensible. So what I heard today as well is that a 1,000-foot radius would be legally defensible. So my position certainly is I think we need to do something today. I think it is regulation, and I'm certainly in favor of sort of the most restrictive regulation that's possible that is still legally defensible. I don't think a ban or de facto ban is the option, so that's where I'm heading.
So, Julie?
Yeah, I just had one other thing I wanted to make note of, and that is, I agree 100% with what Tuya just said about we have to get something on the books now. Because if we don't, come October 4th, we're not covered. We have nothing. It can go anywhere, no notice. None of us have any idea where it is. The other thing is, we can amend this ordinance at any time to make it more restrictive, to do something else. But if we don't have anything on the books, we're starting from scratch, and anybody that comes in on October 4th or 5th or 6th or next year, they're grandfathered in, and they're there by right. We can't afford to do that. So as long as we're on the books, they know, don't look at Clayton, it's too big a hassle, go somewhere else. That's the message we have to send to these folks, that Clayton doesn't want them, and we're going to make it really uncomfortable. So we can always change it later if we need to make it stronger.
So are you going to, someone?
Keith, I think Gary.
Yeah.
Gary?
Yeah, I wanted to provide you with the information if in consideration of the ban. There was a comment, I think, that was mentioned that the city is a member of the Municipal Pooling Authority. One of my many tasks as a city manager is I also serve as the vice president of the Municipal Pooling Authority, which is a joint powers authority of around 23 member cities. In its MOC, which is called its Memorandum of Coverage, legislative decisions of a land use nature are not covered by the Municipal Pooling Authority. So what that means is that any exposure to litigation, the city would be on its own for defense funds.
So with the idea, we do need to take action tonight. Someone want to make a motion then that we introduce? Jim?
I have a couple of questions I got to ask here first. What was just suggested is that if we pass something tonight and approve the ordinance, we could modify it in the future? Is that correct?
Absolutely. An ordinance can be modified just by another ordinance. So in fact, the municipal code is amended all the time. So if you find that after you place an ordinance into effect and you find something that is better, something that can tighten it and react to the rollout of AB 109, and that's part of the key, is the fact that while the Supreme Court talked about prison overcrowding and the state adopted AB 109, the county is just beginning to roll out its program. And that's why the question was asked, why was there staff delay? Were we sitting on our hands? No, we were hoping that there was going to be more information and maybe other cities that were reacting so we could learn from other cities as well, get the best and the brightest thoughts. That's not happening for many of the reasons that Councilmember Catalano indicated, is the rest of the cities are already have in their code how to deal with it as group housing. They may actually decide to amend their codes by ordinance once they begin to realize the implications of the rollout of AB 109. And as Councilmember Pierce indicated, there is one of the next smallest cities that said, oh my goodness, it's not even on our radar. And so we're bringing this to you because it was on our radar. So yes, you can amend an ordinance by an ordinance.
Okay, well then, to further that, honestly, I'm not prepared to move on this yet. I haven't been convinced, because if we make a motion to approve a new ordinance with this 1,000-foot buffer, I want and respectfully request that as a part of that motion that we provide ourselves the opportunity in the ordinance to readdress this down the line when there's more information that we can research that we don't have. I know it's probably immaterial to do that, but that's what I would like to see. And then my last question is, in the two actions that we have to take tonight, if we waive reading, doesn't mean necessarily that I support the next piece of it, which is actually to pass the ordinance.
That's absolutely correct, Councilmember. What that does,
if not, the city
that
clerk would
saves
have
the
to read
city
it
clerk
word
from
by
reading
word.
and everyone listening to her read it.
Okay.
But no, you can vote to waive the reading, and you can vote in opposition or whatever your vote is on the actual ordinance.
Thank you.
But also, you indicated earlier this evening, if we change what was in the first reading from the last meeting,
Significantly.
by changing, would the 1,000-foot buffer be a significant change? It seems like it would. So this would then be modified and become a first reading of the amended ordinance with the expanded buffer
That's
and
correct.
expanded notice requirement.
That is correct. The motion would follow the lines of amended for the 1,000-foot buffer and also amended for the 1,000-foot notice, and to have that amended ordinance be read by title and number only.
And then we would come back at a later date, which we would have to go ahead and I guess, go ahead and schedule a meeting then for the first meeting in September so that we were able to enact this before the current moratorium expires.
That's correct, Mayor, and that's why item 8C appears on your agenda, placed there by staff, just in case you wanted to take some latitude and modify the ordinance.
Okay. So.
I'll do it. I'll jump in. Everybody hates me anyway, I don't care. I think this is the best thing we can do for Clayton right now to protect us as much as we can and to drive these places somewhere else. I don't want parolee housing landing anywhere in Clayton, and I want to make it as ugly a process for them as it can possibly be so they go anywhere but Clayton. So with that in mind, and since with the maps that have now been provided for us as we requested at our last meeting, I am going to move that we, or ask first that we, and I don't know whether you want a motion to amend the current ordinance, Mala, is that what you want?
Or you can just indicate we're reintroducing it with
Okay.
these two changes.
Then I would move that we reintroduce the ordinance number 483, and we amend it to include a 1,000-foot buffer and a 1,000-foot notice area. And I tried really hard tonight to find where we have the other noticing, including newspapers and that sort of thing, and I'm not sure that's actually in here. It's in our standard practice, I know, for how we publish what's on a meeting, but somebody help me find it. It's been a very long day and a long week for me, so if you can help me find that, I would appreciate it.
Pardon?
Because I would very much like the public notice of this to include, formally include, publication in the local newspaper that is received by everyone, and to include posting on our city website. I think at the very least, that's what we need to do. And I think the requirement we have for any other ordinance is publication in a newspaper of general circulation, is that right?
That's correct.
And unfortunately, when you get to something like the East Bay Times, the penetration rate of that newspaper is less than 20% in our community, and I want everyone to get it. So, and the process that we've talked about includes the owner signature on the use permit. I'm not sure that that's specifically in the ordinance.
I believe that it is.
It's in the discussion of the process and how would it go down, but
That's a standard
but
requirement on
can I be redundant
applications.
and put it in here anyway?
I mean, land use decisions,
All
they go with the
land.
land.
Correct. A land use, okay.
They go with the
That-
land,
all
and
right,
you have to have owner's
Okay,
authorization.
by law, then, a land use
It would always
permit
require-
application requires the owner's signature.
Standard practice.
Okay, all right. If that's required by law, then that's fine. And I will accept any other friendly amendments to that list of things that we need to do. And with that, I would move the amended ordinance be reintroduced
By
by title and number only and waive further reading.
I will second that.
It's been moved and seconded that we amend the ordinance 483 to now include a buffer zone of 1,000 feet and a notice requirement of 1,000 feet, and reintroduce the ordinance.
And publication.
Publications, as noted.
Yeah, publication in the local newspaper, which is a requirement of law, but you'll be introducing that in here,
And the
as
city
well as
website.
posting it on the city website.
Right. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? All right.
Ordinance number 483, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clayton adopting amendments to Clayton Municipal Code Title 17 zoning in order to restrict and regulate parolee homes in the following general plan designations: multifamily low density, multifamily medium density, and multifamily high density, subject to a conditional use permit.
Okay, I would further move that we introduce, we approve ordinance number 483 as amended for introduction.
And first reading.
Reintroduction, first reading, to amend the Clayton Municipal Code, Chapter 17 zoning to restrict and regulate parolee homes in the following general plan designations as read by the city clerk.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded then that we approve the amended ordinance 483 as proposed this evening and waive reading by the clerk at this time.
We already did that. This is for
So,
introduction.
Introduction then?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I am opposed.
Okay.
For my stated reasons
Done.
earlier.
All right. Okay.
So now, Ms. Mayor, just to reiterate, the process from here is this amended ordinance will need to be set at a date of your choosing, but no earlier than 5 days from now. And of course, later on the agenda, you've seen the staff recommendation to accommodate that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
You want to take a break?
Yeah.
So yes, that concludes public hearing on item 7A. We're going to move to action item 8 after a short break. Thank you. Order. We'll pick up with item 8, action items. A, request to discuss and reconsider the City Council's existing Clayton Fountain operating policy. Staff?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This was an item that both Mayor Hayden and Councilmember Catalano had requested be brought forward on your agenda. And it's really just a matter for you to take a look at the existing fountain policy, see if you would like to make any changes to it. And you're able to do that tonight by a motion and minute action if that's the direction you would like to go. The policy that was last updated by you currently has 12 events or holidays that the fountain is operational. And you had a request that was received to consider running it on all federal holidays. And we have attached the current policy as well as the list of the federally recognized holidays. And on that list, which is located as attachment 2, there are 3 holidays that we currently do not run the fountain on: Martin Luther King birthday, Columbus Day, and Christmas Day. The rest are dates that we're already operating the fountain pursuant to the current policy of the council. And that concludes my report. I will note that we did add in the additional information. It was asked about, do we have an approximate idea of how much it costs to run the fountain approximately on a daily basis? And it's about $1,351, and that's with the geysers, the waterfall, the full feature. That's PG&E cost. It's a peak period pumping cost. Yes, we have the bill attached. And what I had in front of that was a bill from a period of 1 month, where the background level cost is approximately $478 just to recirculate the fountain, and that doesn't include any of the water features that you would see visually. So the difference between the background cost really is still included in that $1,351, because that's the 1-day pumpage. That $1,351 was for the 1 day for the 4th of July. So the background of $478 always happens. The added day charge was for a little bit the day before when we turned it on, plus a couple hours on the day after when staff came in to turn it off. So it's $1,351.29. So that funds, if you wanted to operate additional days, would come from the landscape maintenance district. So basically 3 additional days, you're talking about $3,000 or $4,000. Pretty small amount in terms of the total landscape district budget. So it's up to the council and what you would like to proceed with or what you'd like to do. Concludes my report.
All right. Well, we were asked to relook at this. So we see that the federal holidays would add 3 additional days. And looking at the current schedule, if we replaced it with the federal holiday list, we would actually be eliminating 5 of the days that are currently covered by our current policy.
No.
I think it's adding.
Well,
I'm saying if we replace it. So if we just add the federal holidays into our existing.
Yes, you could add those 3 in, and I will point out, and I neglected to mention it in my comments, the Halloween parade, the Halloween Ghost Walk Day, we have not run that since that event has not happened. So even though that's an authorized day and it's kind of budgeted for, your net effect, if you wanted to add in those 3 federal holidays, would be 2 additional running days.
Okay. So that would be the impact.
So moved.
I think there's a public comment.
I know, but I just wanted to short circuit it. Let's move.
So we do actually have a speaker card. Excuse me, any more discussion at the council level? No. Okay. Speaker card, Glenn Miller.
So I'm Glenn Miller, 1005 Pebble Beach Drive. When I was here a couple weeks ago, I did ask what the charges were that the city was charging for people to do it, and it was $300 a day. And I'm kind of surprised how we got to 1,351 or whatever the heck number that was. So that's interesting. But I also asked that the staff or the city attorney, and I prefer the city attorney, to look at the development agreements and all of the assessments that the folks in Oakhurst pay as part of their, tax bill. Because we've been paying those, I have been personally paying those for 20 years. And when we first started living here, that was the funds that were supposed to support not only the initial construction, that would have been coming out of the development fees, but the operation and maintenance of the fountains. And it seems to me that all of a sudden, by magic, those funds, even though we've still pay them, have seemed to have just disappeared somewhere. And I'd like to know, I did request an accounting of how that happened and what are those funds used for now. And if there was any contractual argument, or excuse me, contractual agreement that had been violated, because if we're signing and we've signed and you've passed an ordinance that says, oh yeah, we're going to take these funds and we're going to use this for these purposes, and then all of a sudden, magically, you have decided, oh, well, no, we're going to use those funds for something else. I just wanted to know, if somebody had violated that shifting of funds was and I don't see that has been addressed in the staff report. So I still like to see if that takes place. Personally, I would like to see you consider running the fountain on the low level every weekend and the 13 holidays. And if you're going to run them on the city events, which actually if you do every weekend, then you wouldn't have to worry about, then maybe you should charge those folks the $13,000, what was it, 13 Yeah, $1,351 a day. Why are they getting a free ride and we're getting screwed, basically? So I guess that would be my comments. I'd hope you consider those kind of things in it. I just want to remind Mr. Shuey, who wasn't here, the genesis of this, Mr. Shuey, was the fact that the fountain was not on Memorial Day, and my neighbor had a two-tour Afghanistan young nephew that was there, and she was really pissed off. And so I thought I'd let you know that was kind of the genesis of the thing. And then we heard about the separation of church and state, which is just nonsense. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else wish to address?
I have a quick question, and not to wear out my welcome, but in looking through the materials that were provided from the clerk for today's thing, I saw the PG&E bill on there, and I was looking through it as best I can and tried to figure it out, which is not an easy task, I think, which is not a mistake on PG&E's part. But I noticed on the billing, in that 1,300, like $900 or 800 and some odd was for like demand usage. And I tried my best to figure that out on a website as to what that meant. And all I could see was that there's like different plans when it comes to commercial uses. I was just curious as to whether the city has looked into maybe trying a different commercial plan to do it, or was it
PG&E thing.
But I guess, my question is have we looked at PG&E to see if maybe there's a better plan that would allow us to run it? Because it looks like that little spike of that one day that it was running, we got slammed because that's a peak day.
We'll have the staff review that to see if that's the best plan for us.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I was figuring. I mean, like I said, I think it's purposely mystified by PG&E.
Yeah.
You are.
Correct.
Yeah, well, what we found in the looking at this is that, and you're right, we were surprised too. Why did it just spike suddenly? That's because the amount of power that's necessary for each of those geysers, there's 4 pumps to go on. So it's much like if you don't fill up your swimming pool for a while and then you fill it up, the volume is great. And so PG&E actually has what they call a demand surcharge. So when you flip that switch on, all of a sudden, because they're not expecting, I I don't want to explain PG&E's policies, but they're not expecting that kind of usage. They're expecting an even level usage. And so, yes, it does go, and we're looking at, it goes up, it peaks quite high. And so that's the reason our new maintenance supervisor was taking a look at that. We even have thought about trying to reduce that surcharge by, and it sounds funny, but it's cheaper to have a man there and put one on 1 hour and then turn the next one on the second hour, and switch them so it evens the rate charge out and you're not getting this high surcharge demand.
Yeah, because that's what I was thinking, that if you run it more days, so there isn't that spike. But I mean, I don't know. It was just something I was throwing out there, and I was just, because I love those fountains. I mean, every time I see them on, they make me happy. So if we could get 2 more days, I would be happy.
Water makes people happy, and I expect to see you at the Tot Lot Play feature in the Grove. In answer to the question,
thank you.
Thank you. Is why was it $300? That was the rate at the time that it was first enacted in 2008. Actually, that was on a piece of paper I handed Mr. Miller at the meeting. Come to find out, I didn't have the latest charge that it is, and it had been increased by only the Consumer Price Index. And we know since 2008, PG&E's kilowatt rates have gone up significantly, and that's why there is. However, right now I think what is it, $408? Yeah, roughly. And so actually we don't charge right now anybody to turn that on, because those events that it's turned on for, even though they're community events, is the city council's indicated turn those on. Very rarely do we have individuals, once they learn that there might be a $400 charge to turn the fountain on, they say, well, we'll take our pictures without the fountain. The other aspect that Mr. Miller recalled, and I don't know of any specific assessments into Oakhurst development other than the landscape district. That was when Oakhurst development came on board. There was a separate landscape district for Oakhurst development that included the Clayton fountain operations, and then there was the other in the lower area of Clayton, and not the entire city was captured. In my understanding, I wasn't here during that history, but the residents in Oakhurst came down and said, why are we paying such a higher rate up here and low here? Because it's being used for landscaping throughout the city. So those districts were merged in 1997, and before I got here, that landscape district has always paid for the Clayton Fountains operation.
Keith, can I elaborate? I'll show them my tax bill. There is a separate Oakhurst assessment. And actually, I think there's several of them, because I went to one of the other areas and looked at asked them to check their tax bill, and they have.
He can't pick up your comments. Why don't we work this issue offline and try to figure out what's going on there?
Yeah, we'd be happy to look at that, because I don't know, other than what the assessments the city council levies each and annually every year, that they're, those are the only ones on there. Could be the middle school.
Well, I think they're, no. I think there are actually a couple of them, and others who have property up there may be able to tell better, but there was originally a Oakhurst assessment for the school, for the middle school. There was one for the streets and roads. There was one that was an actual Mello-Roos for the internal streets. And I don't remember what the other one was. I think there was another one, or there were different Mello-Rooses depending on which subdivision you were in.
And they have never gone down.
Well,
They're still there.
I think there is a term for them, and I think they're probably getting close to their end, but I'm not sure. I know there was for the streets, there was a payback time for the city to pay the Oakhurst developers back too, out of redevelopment, and that was done.
Yeah, it's difficult on the tax bills for them to.
Yeah, it's complicated, and that's not the
We have had
subject,
questions
right?
like this before, and we'd be happy to have Mr. Miller bring his, property tax bill, and let the finance manager, take a look at it if that's appropriate.
Well, and
for
we
him.
may need to.
And we can call and see,
yeah.
well, what is that on there?
And Scott.
You should just call the assessor. They have all the different ones in all the different areas.
And the contracts. And Scott may have some of them with the city engineer's records too, because those were formed there too. But that's not tonight's discussion.
Yeah.
Tonight's discussion is the days. And
But-
frankly, I'm fine with the existing days and add the extra federal holidays that we don't have. And I would say take out the Halloween one because we really don't need any more opportunities for vandalism on Halloween night than we already have. All right, I'll make that a motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we fold in the,
Can I just make a comment? So what I did notice that in our current policy, we do have some events which actually are double days, and I think I definitely would like to keep some of those events.
Those are the weekends.
Yeah, weekends, so
we're going to keep that, we're going to fold in the federal
yeah,
holiday schedule as well.
good, thank you.
So Dave, was that your second as well?
Yes.
Been moved and seconded then that we add the federal holidays into our existing fountain schedule, eliminating though the,
Oh, can I amend my own motion? Can we substitute the barbecue weekend for the deleted Oktoberfest? Or not the Oktoberfest, the Ghost Walk?
Ghost Walk?
Since that looks like it's a continuing operation.
Okay, second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded then that we amend our operational policy of existing holidays and remove the Ghost Walk and put in the Rib Cook-Off in its place and add in the federal holiday schedule as well. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. All right? Yeah. Okay.
Glenn, it was a good suggestion.
Next is to consider the option to designate a city council voting delegate and alternate delegate to the League of California Cities 2018 annual convention to be held September 12th and 14th through the 14th in Long Beach, and determine a city voting position, if any, on the two league conference general resolutions.
Thank you, Mayor Hayden and City Council members. Thank you, Mayor Hayden and City Council. Sorry. Okay, there it goes. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Hayden and City Council members. Before you this evening is...
Say that again?
Okay. Third time's a charm, right? Before you this evening is the opportunity to designate a voting delegate and or an alternate voting delegate for the League of California Cities annual conference. The conference is being held at the Long Beach Convention Center September 12th through 14th. On September 14th, the voting delegate or alternative will have the opportunity to vote on two resolutions that were released on July 27th, 2018. League bylaws provide that each city entitlement to one vote in matters affecting municipal or league policy. Conference registration is required for the voting delegate and or alternative. During the last 9 fiscal years, a vast majority of conference and training budget for city staff and city council was eliminated or significantly reduced, except for League of California Cities East Bay Division and Contra Costa County Mayor's conference attendance. If it is decided to send a voting delegate, funds will need to be expended. The conference registration is $575 per person, plus lodging and transportation expenses. The fiscal year 2018-19 budget, adopted June 19, 2018, approved a budget of $1,600. In the past, the city has not provided funds for lodging and expenses as an annual conference when held in Northern California. City Council assignments adopted January 16, 2018, designated Councilmember Pierce as the primary representative and Mayor Hayden as the alternate on the League of California Cities East Bay Division. The voting delegate form is due to the League of California Cities by Friday, August 31st, 2018. This concludes my report.
Discussion? You need to send a delegate?
Julie?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Shuey. It's okay. Generally when there is an issue or a major resolution that we feel strongly about, we try to show up. And certainly resolution number 1 is the one that addresses local control. And that's something we've been fighting for long and hard. And so if we were to attend, I am absolutely sure that we would be voting in favor of that one. The second one over the regulation of pesticides, I think we probably would be voting for local control there as well. What I'm having a slight struggle with, and not really a struggle, but a debate about, is should we be there to put in our 2 cents when realistically, is there
There's no opposition.
anybody that's going to oppose that?
It's unanimous.
And so it's unanimous whether we're there or not.
Yeah.
And so spending the money and the time, maybe I'm just being conservative on use of time right now. I'm not sure it's really necessary. There are a lot of voices going down. I know there are several of our central county cities even sending 2 and 3 and 4 people from their councils down there. We are becoming conspicuous in our absence. I have had that noted to me. But as I've explained, we're careful with our money and we don't go if we don't think we need to. I mean, if Clayton was the only one being left out of this or something, we'd be there in a heartbeat. But I got to tell you, I don't know that we need to be there, and the benefit of the sessions, I think, is minimal. So
Agreed.
I would suggest we not go.
Any further discussion? Certainly doesn't seem to be a need. Our absence isn't going to be critical.
Public comment.
So we'll open this up to public comment. Seeing no one rushing forward.
I will move that we not send anyone to the league conference.
Okay. Close off the public hearing and then take the motion not to send a voting delegate to the state convention. And second it, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, no one opposed. Next item then is to consider, and we really need to reschedule our regular city council public meeting of Tuesday, September 4th.
Seconded after Gary tells us why.
Yep.
Oh, Gary doesn't even need to tell us. We already told us why.
He told us why earlier. That's why he put it on the agenda.
We need to reschedule our September.
It was previously canceled.
Uncancel our September 4th meeting so that we can get our second reading and adoption in time to be done before the
All right, it's been moved and
moratorium is
seconded.
lifted. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're back on for September 4th, city council meeting. Council items for future
Yeah, yeah.
meetings? No one? We'll close that off and we will actually move to closed session. So thank you everyone for attending this evening's city council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. We have technically on our policies and procedures, a procedure that says we don't take up any new item after 11 p.m. unless it's by a vote of the council.
I was unaware of that.
It is. It's in our policies and procedures.
It is in the council guidelines.
What's your preference, Julie? Do you need to go home?
No, I'm okay. I just want us to be aware of it, and I want to make sure that if we're going to do this, we're not going to take another hour.
I don't think it's going to take long.
Okay. Let's get her done.
Mr. Mayor, if you'd read the closed session announcement.
Closed session announcement is Government Code Section 54956.8, conference with real property negotiator. Number 1, real properties, 2005 and 2007 Oak Street, Clayton, California. APNs 119-050-134 and 119-050-008 and 119-050-009. Instructions to city negotiator, city manager Gary Napper. Mr. Edward Del Batario, he's not here, but we can give him those directions. Managing Director, Mr. Mark Hatfield, Senior Associate with Transwestern regarding price and terms of payment. Negotiating parties, Dr. Michael Pays, the Kays Group, Investment Real Estate, Lafayette, representing Luis Munoz.
Thank you.